Cloudy day here in the Hill City. Hello and welcome everybody to Aubrey Moon Field at the front of the University of Lynchburg campus. My name is Ethan Morotsky and my colleague to my right is Joe Brennan, and we have the privilege of bringing to you this NCAA softball matchup between the University of Lynchburg Hornets and the Mary Washington Eagles. Joe, you got the privilege of seeing them this weekend in the doubleheader when they swept the William Peace Pacers. Well, what's your opinion coming into this game, seeing the same lineup?
Yeah, it should be fun to watch. Obviously, this team did extremely well in their opening doubleheader this past weekend. The Hornets 8-0 in their first contest, 4-0, 2 goose eggs for the William Peace Pacers. It was a combination of great pitching along with great fielding. We saw spectacular plays out in right field, both by Lexi Powell and Zoe Elliott. It should be fun to see what we've got in store for us here today with Emily Charlton starting in his circle for the Hornets.
Yeah, absolutely. A very experienced pitcher in the circle for the Hornets in Emily Charlton. This is her 5th year playing on the squad. We can expect to not just see big things from her today, but the entire season as she leads the team in Game 1 of today's matchup.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see what we've got in store for us. But, you know, this is a very, very talented Mary Washington squad that's got a lot of power in their batting order.
Up to bat for the Eagles, number 33, Hannah
We're going to
Steele.
see Hannah Steele step up to the plate for leadoff here for the Eagles. Number 33 from Woodbridge, Virginia. That pitch sent outside to start this matchup, starting to count off at 1-0.
And a lefty hitter, and she's someone that can really explode down the left side. Not something you see every day, but she's someone that, you know, you feel really comfortable with in that leadoff spot. And not an easy matchup here working on Charlton. She had a great outing in her first game, played 6 innings, threw 4 strikeouts, only allowed 1 hit.
Definitely one of your more experienced players on this team. She's seen appearances a majority of every single season that she's played for this Hornets softball team, as the count evens up at 2-2. You can notice that Emily Charlton, so far in this at-bat, pounding that outside part of the plate. As strike 3 going to be called, and out number 1 of the game will go down looking.
Yeah, Steele caught looking right there. Just a beautiful ball out of the hand of Charlton. Just paints the outside edge, and it looked for a moment like it was going to break outside, but able to paint that edge and claim the first K of the afternoon.
Charlton, a little bit of a specialty pitcher, as we see right there, a little bit of an off-speed, as she's a very completely different style pitching than Kaylee Dorses on the other side, their other star pitcher. And she likes to slow things down and get the hitter on their back foot.
And that's something that every coach wants. You want variety in your pitching rotation. If everybody's throwing the same thing, that makes life so much easier on the opposing batters.
Absolutely. They're going to call a swing there, and it's quickly 0-2. Definitely going to be interested to see what Charlton draws up here. Pitch coming in, fouled away towards the left side.
And that's something that they did so well in their first doubleheader of this season. Both Dorsis and Charlton, right out of the gates, they were able to get ahead in counts. And when you're up 0-2, you have so much more that you can work with and really show off your arsenal.
Well, yeah, absolutely. Starting off in that bat, that pitch sent outside for ball 1. Starting off of that bat 0-1, and like you said, 0-2, it just gives you that much more comfort going into an at-bat. And when your command is there, you want to stay in all game and dot up the zone. That ball's in the dirt. Going to even the count up at 2-2. You see Kennedy Darling at the plate. Junior from Virginia Beach.
Darling obviously adds a little bit of experience.
There's a swing and a miss there. Going to be Charlton's second strikeout of the inning. And the second out.
What a start. Picking up right where she left off last game. She is feeling it right now.
Absolute domination from this pitching staff so far. Like you said, picking up exactly where she left off. As she finds the corner, getting ahead in the count once again. 0-1 to start this at bat against Shelby Presgrave. That ball sent down the right field line, and it will be foul into the corner. Got a really good piece of wood on that, just a little early, and that's really what you're going to get from Charlton. You're going to get these slower pitches, putting these hitters on their front foot. You're going to get a lot of foul balls and swings and misses.
Well, that certainly had a whole lot of power right there, just couldn't get the location down. Nevertheless, I mean, this is a Mary Washington squad that has a great mixture of young and experienced talent.
Ball grounded to the first baseman. Barnes picks it up, steps on the bag, and a quick 1-2-3 inning for the Hornets. 2 strikeouts for Emily Charlton, 1 looking, 1 swinging. And we're going to head to the bottom of the first and see what Lynchburg can draw up here to start the game off here on LHSN. Bottom of the first set to commence here soon. We're looking at basically the same lineup for the Hornets that we saw in the first game against William Peace. Leading off Lexi Powell, Carly Hudnall hitting second. And at third, we've got Sarah Watts starting this game. And on the mound for Mary Washington, we got Sydney Jester. Sydney Jester pitched in that first game against Sweetbriar that Mary Washington had this weekend. Through 3 innings, gave up 6 hits, 6 runs, 6 earned, with 1 walk and 0 strikeouts. Looking to have a turnaround here against the Hornets, against a stacked Hornets lineup.
Yeah, and leading things off with a dangerous hitter, it's the 5th-year Lexi Powell, who had a phenomenal outing to start off this season. Tallied 3 base knocks and 4 ABs in her first ball game this season. And he got a couple for extra bases as well. I mean, you're really seeing what she can bring to the table. And you got a team that brings back 10 starters from a year ago. They can be very, very dangerous. And look nowhere else in the 5th year here with Powell.
Oh, we were talking about how it's a similar lineup to this weekend's games against William Peace. It's really a similar lineup to last year. A lot of same names. A couple new names that we saw in the lineup coming later on in the game, playing in the pinch hitting role.
Yeah, we saw girls like Alex Love, who came in to pinch run. Orange, who's a really, really explosive hitter that joins the team in her freshman campaign. And you've also got girls like Kaylee Kritzer and Callie Monahan that can really, really have a big-time impact. But you had a handful of freshmen and a transfer as well. Charlton brings her sister over.
That was something that was surprising to me because Kate Charlton was being recruited to Lynchburg, actually committed here and then decommitted and went to Greensboro and absolutely shoved against every team that she pitched against. She is an absolute stud on the mound, and I'm very excited to see her and how her and her sister bond on this team.
They probably got a little bit of a connection going already.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Swung on and missed. Lexi Powell sent it to a full count. A really nice job there, getting the first out for Jester.
And now she's already in the ear of Hudnall, letting her know what she saw. And that was a filthy last pitch on the payoff. Looked like a screwball that went right inside at the ankles.
Yeah, beautiful pitch, beautiful full count pitch. You want to go right at the hitter.
We've seen 4 batters. We've got 3 strikeouts already, Ski.
I know, I'm excited. This is going to be an awesome matchup between these two teams. Both very solid lineups. It's going to be a fun 2 games.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Mary Washington in their first slate of a doubleheader against Sweetbriar, and those 2 games did not disappoint. They lost the first one 10-11, but that was a game that went into extra innings. Had to go to 8, and it was a beautiful rally by Mary Washington late in that ball game. They were trailing by 6 runs in the bottom of the 6th, and they got them all. Tied up the ball game, forced extras, but it was the Vixens that came away with a win, scoring in the top of the 8th.
A lot of runs scored by Mary Washington. They're going to hope to do the same against the veteran pitching in Emily Charlton and Kaylee Dorses as Hudnall shows bunt.
Yeah, I mean, they had 8 hits in their second game, 9 hits in their first game. This is a team that can really swing the bat well. Charlton is going to have her hands full today. But right now, the pitching from Mary Washington has been excellent thus far.
Jester doing a fantastic job. Count even at 2-2 for Carly Hudnall with 1 out so far in this inning. Hudnall not afraid of the leadoff spot. She hit a lot in the leadoff holes. That one sent to right center field. Shallow right fielder going to carry on and catch that one for out number 2. So pretty good contact from the slap hitter in Hudnall. And that's really the contact that you're going to get.
Yeah, she's got a little bit of power behind that bat. It could be a little deceiving at times, but seemed like it was just going to be a nice shallow blooper out to right center field. But a great track down there out in right field. Jester and Darlings behind her, and that group has certainly got her back this afternoon.
Talking about power, now here comes the power-hitting second baseman, Sarah Watts. Didn't see much of that power this weekend.
Well, not all power's home runs.
Well, yeah,
we
absolutely.
saw a lot of really sharp grounders that went down the middle and split the difference between the shortstop and the third baseman. But, I mean, she can really crank that thing.
Yeah, Sarah Watts, definitely your definition of a 5-tool player. Can really do it all in the box and out on the field.
Good patience here early in her plate appearance.
2-0 pitch swung on and fouled away right into the backstop.
You could tell she liked that one, just thought it was going to drop just a tad more right underneath it. She's seeing it well 3 pitches in.
Sarah Watts definitely an explosion in this lineup.
Yeah, I mean, this whole lineup has a whole lot of power, especially in that 3-4 slot with Watts and Barnes.
That ball going to be way outside, and it's going to give Watts a 3-1 count. Definitely going to have a green light here. You know you're going to get something to hit. Pitch comes in, inside, ball 4, and Watts has herself a walk. And they have a runner on first with 2 outs for the first baseman, Madison Barnes. Another power hitter in this lineup. But like you said, it's not all about power for this lineup. They can really do it all. Whether that's bunting a runner over. Now, you're not going to bunt with 2 outs here, most likely. But
Probably not.
they can really do everything. This first pitch outside, called ball 1. You see both these pitchers in Charlton and Jester trying to paint that outside corner. And so far, both pitchers have done a great job at that. As we see right there, count evened up at 1-1. Beautiful pitch.
And I don't know how aggressive you play this early on in this contest, but you got to be cognizant of Watts over at first, somebody that went 2 for 2 on stolen bases this weekend.
That ball laced right up the middle. Watts going to round second and head for third. The throw going to be cut off. No throw to third. And Watts will slide in on a Madison Barnes single. And the runners are now on the corner for your 5th-year third baseman, Kaylee Hackett.
Yeah, that was a beautiful 2-out base knock. And you already saw that Watts was 7-8 feet out in front of that, ready to try and turn it into another base. Now you got runners on the corners. This is where the double steal really comes into play. You see if you can maybe get one home.
First pitch going to be a little low for ball one. Yeah, going back to that single, Sarah Watts, when you see that ball as a runner, when you see it behind you or into the right center field gap, you know as soon as that ball is hit that you're going to want to take third there and put yourself in a good position to score.
And that's the first base knock of the season for Barnes. It's 0 for 4 this weekend. So a good way to just get on base for the first time in 2025. Glad they didn't make her wait too long for it.
A little bit of a slow start, but there it is, and that ball sent far down left field, and it's going to go way foul, but there's that power that we're talking about. Kaylee Hackett not afraid of hitting the long ball here on Moon Field.
Okay, come on, kid.
As there's that 2-0 green light swing that you're going to get from the third baseman. As that 2-1 pitch is a little low.
And you're happy here if you can get on base and take a walk, because then you've got your designated player on deck right now, and that's a great person to have.
Oh, absolutely. The DP, Anna Grace Terrell, on deck for Kaylee Hackett. 3-1 count.
That was beautiful.
Called strike, a really nice pitch, dotted up into the upper right-hand corner. And it's a full count. We will see Madison Barnes taking off with a full count and 2 outs here. Full count pitch, swung on, fouled away to the left side, right into the dugout.
And it's great. You just got to stay alive, live to see another pitch. Saw the payoff well all the way through. And what I've seen a lot here early from the circle of Mary Washington is when we get deeper and deeper into these counts, she likes to go to that inside, on the left part of the plate.
She likes to switch it up on the hitters. Full count again, fouled away to the right side, popped up, and it's going to come out of play. And we're going to do a full count once again. Now, I'm loving the aggressiveness from Kaylee Hackett on this 3-2 count. You know she's going to give you something to hit. You don't want to walk the bases loaded. We're going to do a full count again, and that one will be down. Really nice patience from the 5th year from Appomattox, Kaylee Hackett, and the bases are now loaded for the DP, Anna Grace Terrell.
And I like the mix-up right there from Jester. Obviously, it's not the result you wanted, but you go screwball to the inside on the hitter. Then you go right back to the fastball, and then you try and get the changeup to really pull the string on them. And right there just can't locate it properly into the heart of the zone. Now you get the bags juiced with the designated player. Dangerous spot to be here if you're Mary Washington.
Well, if you're Sydney Jester, it's not the worst thing loading the bases. You do have 2 outs, and your stuff has been working so far. Is that one going to catch the strike zone and even the count up at 1? 2 outs, bases loaded for the Hornets. AG at the plate. Pitch coming in, fouled to the left side, and it's going to be a 2-strike count. And this is the perfect situation if you're Jester. Getting ahead in the count. You know your stuff's working so far in this inning.
And you're not looking to send one out of the ballpark. Obviously, you'd love to, but you're just trying to find a gap, poke one through for a base knock, and bring 2 runs home.
As that one fouled to the left side again.
But she's swinging it with some power. I mean, she's certainly looking for the outfield here.
A lot of green out there. Not a stranger to this situation. 1-2 count with 2 outs. Pitch coming in. Fouled away to the left side again. That nice protective swing from Anna Grace Terrell. The senior from Sherrills Ford, North Carolina. Stuck in a 1-2 count. The pitch. Low, really good patience there from 21. It's going to even the count up at 2.
What do you go with here if you're Jester?
I have no idea. Your best pitch right here is that one popped up to the left side. Third baseman ranging over, and it's going to just hit the top of the dugout and go foul.
Saved by the dugout to a certain degree there. And the third baseman, Angel, was right underneath it. Watched it all the way through. Just barely caught the lip of the roof of that dugout. Send it back the other way.
The new dugouts here on Moonfield. They look great. Everything looks great. As that one's sent to the left side, foul ball again. We're going to do 2-2 once more.
Quality at bat here, and what a great first inning here from the Hornets. We've seen really great patience from the batter's box. You've seen that with 2 walks, one of which was deep into the count. A good base knock from Barnes. I mean, there's a lot of positives to pull away here from the bottom of this frame.
2-2 count. Tried to find the corner, and we have yet another full count. Runners are going to be moving here with 2 outs.
That's exactly what you want to see right there. AG not biting at anything.
Making Jester throw a lot of pitches here in the first inning. That's something you love to see as a lineup. The full count pitch grounded, shallow towards the second baseman, flipped to the first baseman, and that will be out number 3. So a decent inning from the Hornets. They got the bases loaded. Made Jester throw a lot of pitches. No runs scored. There was 1 hit from Madison Barnes. And we are going to head to the second inning here on LHSN. Top of the second, a decently long first inning for the Hornets on offense. And the last time these 2 teams met was back in 2022. Mary Washington got the better of the Hornets. We saw a bunch of different names, some similar names. We saw Emily Charlton in that matchup, pitching in the circle. We saw different names like Carly Cundiff playing at third base, and Angela Sparandeo. The good times, the good old days for some of these players.
That was a short first inning for the Eagles. Went 3 up, 3 down. Woo!
That ball smoked towards the shortstop. A nice diving play from Georgia Thompson. A beautiful swing from Emily Angel, but an even better play from the shortstop. Number 14, Georgia Thompson, a junior infielder from Chesapeake, Virginia. That's another quick out for the Hornets.
Yeah, that's typically what they call good offense, better defense.
And another diving play from Alyssa Taliumptua in left field. 2 diving plays right after each other. We're in for a treat today, Joe.
Back-to-back web gems. First it's Thompson, then it's Taliumptua. Oh, my goodness. No time to breathe for us up here in the press box.
As you can see, Emily Charlton thanking her defense, her star-studded defense.
Yeah, they're making her look great right now. 5 up, 5 down. Obviously, I mean, it was really all her in the first inning with a strikeout looking, then swinging, then a slow dribbler over to Barnes at first. Put it away unassisted, and then what a way to start off the top of the second.
Emily Charlton spreading the love to her defense.
And how about bringing the heat right there?
Yeah, spots that one up. Beautiful pitch. Evens the count up at 1-1 with 2 outs here in the top of the second. Eagles still looking for their first hit. That one poked towards the middle. Watts can't come up with it. Bree Hodges throws that one into Thompson. And there it is. First hit for Mary Washington.
Yeah,
a little bit of a commentator's curse for that, Joe.
That one sounded great coming off the bat. You could hear the pop from up here. And it looked a little bit like a check swing where she didn't follow all the way through, and it's a big reason why it was just a blooper right on the fringe of the outfield. But great location, great spot. That's exactly where you want to place it just to get over on first.
Well, that's the beauty of this sport.
Yeah.
If you're a hitter, but it's also a negative if you're a pitcher like Emily Charlton, giving up soft contact, knowing that can happen. But that's softball for you.
Terrific analysis.
It's a 0-1 count. Charlton sends it in. Runner takes off her second throw from Hudnall. Not in time. As the runner gets in there safe at second. And it'll be a stolen base for the Eagles. And a runner 120 feet away.
And that was actually a great toss behind the dish by Hudnall. Just couldn't really connect with Thompson in time. She's about a split second late just laying it down. Seems like she might have bobbled it just a little bit. Didn't bring it in too clean.
Charlton trying to find the corner.
And that would be the first stolen base we've seen against Lynchburg this season. I don't think the Pacers were able to tap one.
But they got a good group of catchers here at Moonfield. Carly Hudnall behind the plate right now. Lexi Powell, your Gold Glove is that one. Dribble to the second baseman. Watts flips it to first. And it'll be out number 3 for the Hornets as we head to the bottom of the second. One hit for the Eagles, poked up the middle, and one stolen base, no errors and no runs. As we head to the bottom of the second on LHSN. Welcome back on LHSN. Bottom of the second being started off with Alyssa Taliamtua leading the Hornets off, followed by Bree Hodges, followed by Georgia Thompson.
Now, first time stepping in from the left side, but already with a highlight play today here out in left field.
Really nice diving play from Alyssa Taliamtua and Georgia Thompson, both in that inning. Defense on display so far in this season, as we saw a couple diving plays in their first doubleheader against the Pacers. As that one grounded towards the right side, nice backhand by the second baseman. Throw to first in time as Taliamtua.
Pressgrave's got a little bit of zip on that.
Yeah, really nice play so far on the defensive side for both ends. As that's a tough play. Backing it is not easy. And with the velocity, the exit velo that ground ball had coming out, we know Alyssa Taliamtua, another great hitter on this squad, as Bree Hodges steps in.
And I'll tell you, man, I'm still she's got my favorite walk up.
I knew you were going to say that. I knew you were going to say that.
She's got that star, and you see the twirl again with the lightsaber. She's got the swagger on the team.
Yeah, she's a big workhorse on this squad. She brings the energy no matter what the score is, no matter where she's playing on the field.
It's kind of like you back in the day.
Yeah, back in the day. That was a couple of years ago, actually. No, it was last year, but feels like it was a couple of years ago. I'm getting old, Joe, as that ball's sent to the right side, and it's going to go foul towards the bullpen of Mary Washington. As Bree Hodges is down in the count 1-2 with one out here in the bottom of the second. Bree Hodges done that bat twirl. Pretty sure she's been doing it her whole life.
She had a great day this weekend.
One smoked to the right side, and that one's going to get through the first and second baseman as Hodges has the second hit of the day for the Hornets.
That's her second hit of the season. Had a base knock and 2 walks in the doubleheader against William Peace.
Now batting for Lynchburg.
And you see
number
Georgia
14,
Thompson.
Georgia Thompson.
Another someone that gave us a web gem earlier on.
Beautiful diving play at shortstop for Thompson. We're going to see a pinch runner come in for Bree Hodges. Just trying to see who it's going to be. It's going to be Caitlin Reagan.
Yeah, and Reagan's certainly got some wheels on her. There's a whole lot of players on this team that can fly. She's certainly one of them. And you'll see check in very frequently as a pinch runner for the Hornets.
Well, like you said, sorry, Joe, everybody on this team can run. And
yeah,
it's funny because I was talking with Bree Hodges after their doubleheader this weekend, and she was saying she was trying to convince to me that she's one of those people that can run with some speed on the diamond. So it's obviously with your center fielder, it's interesting to see how much more speed they have on this squad. Bringing in Caitlin Reagan. Might see her take off for second.
Thought about it for a second, but a good snap up behind the dish from Danker.
The aggressiveness from this team at the plate and on the bases is something that you can look forward to all season with this squad. As Georgia Thompson even in the count at 1. Reagan takes off for second to throw in time, but not going to be able to put the tag on. As Reagan has a stolen base. Another good throw from the catcher just on the left side of the bag. Did get there before Reagan.
Yeah,
couldn't put the tag on.
The throw was in time, but just a little too far to the left, really making life difficult for Goldman to go across her body and lay that one down right in front of the speedster.
Runner now in scoring position as that one smoked to the left side. Third baseman can't come up with it, and Georgia Thompson too fast. No throw to be made to first base.
Yeah, and that'll go down as a hit. I mean, that's a really, really tough play to make over at the hot corner. And now you're in a great spot. You got 2 runners on. You're back up to the top of the order with Lexi Powell. Powell is 0 for 1. She did strike out swinging in her first plate appearance, but leads the team in hits this season. She has really been efficient at the plate and the epitome of a player that you want in that leadoff spot where makes great contact and just phenomenal at getting on base.
Well, another player on this squad that just brings so much energy every time that she gets called at the beginning of the game when they're doing the lineups. Always, you can always hear her scream from across campus as she is a fantastic player, fantastic energy that she gives on this diamond no matter where she is.
Hearing her scream across campus, I mean, we're a little bit remote from everybody else, so
yeah,
that just goes to show you the amount of juice she's bringing to the table.
Absolutely. You love to see it if you're Dawn Simmons. And it's not just Lexi, it's everybody on this team as a bunt is shown but pulled back for ball 1.
And that's something you can break out here when you got wheels with a player like Powell. She can often beat that throw if she lays it down the right way.
Wheels everywhere at the plate, first and second. So bunt is in the arsenal for Lexi. Not going to show it this time. Strike going to be called. Beautiful pitch on the corner. Evens up the count.
Good pitch, even better frame job right there behind the dish. I mean, that's one that's borderline right on the edge. She does a great job just snapping it right back to the center.
Framing pitches, one of the biggest things as a catcher, being able to stick that ball as that one sliced to the right side and going to head foul.
And Powell likes that right side. We saw a majority of her hits from this weekend all went out to right field. That's something that you know is going to be in the scouting report every time, but you know, you might know what's coming. It's a matter of if you can stop it.
Well, like we were saying, Lexi has that arsenal where she can really do anything, hit the ball anywhere on this field. She did hit a home run last year, her first career home run, and not just here in Lynchburg, but throughout her entire softball career. Heard about that one a lot.
You got to be cognizant of the double play in this spot. You got force outs all throughout the infield aside from home plate.
As that ball popped up to the right side, right fielder coming in. It's in foul territory, right behind the dugout. Play not going to be made.
Yeah, we don't have a good view out it, but you
it's
can
a
tell
struggle.
by the lack of reaction, we can assume there was no grab made.
It's a struggle trying to find the ball behind the dugout. A lot of space in foul territory on that right side. little less space
Well,
towards the left.
You'd rather have more space than less space.
Absolutely. If you're the defense, you want all the area to run as Lexi goes down swinging once again. Another strikeout for Jester.
Slow start here today for Powell. Seems like Jester might have her number.
Second strikeout for Powell. And now here comes the slap hitter, Carly Hudnall.
And despite a goose egg on the scoreboard, you got to feel pretty good that you're still in the second inning and you've gone through your order once.
That one popped up. Shallow second baseman ranging back. Play going to be made. And it will be the third out of the inning. And like you were saying, a lot of runners being put on the bases, as that'll be already their fifth runners left on base as we head towards the third inning here on LHSN. Top of the third, action set to go here. 4 hits in total in this game between the Hornets and the Eagles. 3 for Lynchburg, 1 for Mary Washington. We've seen fantastic defense on display from both teams as number 23, Brigid Ward, steps up from Williamstown, Virginia, as she hits this one towards the right side. Watt's going to field it, throw it to Barnes at first. It'll be a quick 1 pitch, 1 out here in the top of the third for Emily Charlton. Pretty much the perfect way you can start an inning if you're Charlton in the circle.
Yeah, and Watts just scoops it up with so much eloquence. She's really a great fielder. Back-to-back ground outs for the second baseman.
We talked about it earlier. Watts is that 5-tool player. She can do it all for this squad. Definitely a player that youngsters on this squad look up to. As Charlton finds the inside corner for strike 1. 0-1 pitch. Nice job finding the outside corner, switching it up. Goes from the inside corner right to the outside. A beautiful pitch from Emily Charlton. And she finds herself in a great spot with an 0-2 count on the hitter. That one rolled over towards third base. Kaylee Hackett throw to first in time. As another quick out for Lynchburg. We see Kaylee Hackett at third. This is her third game
Now for the Eagles, number 33,
at the number 5 position.
She looks like a natural over there at the hot corner. I see someone that's used to playing in the outfield. Moved to third this year, and she's picked it up with ease.
Beautiful pitch from Charlton.
Back up to the top of the order here for the Eagles. Steele struck out looking, her first plate appearance.
Emily Charlton continuing her dominance in this game. The 0-1 pitch is in there in the corner once again. She looks so calm, cool, and collected up there as she finds herself in another 0-2 count with 2 outs. Trying to have a quick top of the third. Pitch in there, swung on and missed. Strike 3, another strikeout for Emily Charlton, the 5th year from Chesapeake, Virginia.
3 strikeouts on the day already for Charlton. I mentioned it, picking up right where she left off.
She's doing a fantastic job so far this season, as she has done her whole career. And we are going to head to the bottom of the third here. 4 hits so far in this one. We're going to see if Lynchburg can score a run here in the bottom of the third on LHSN. Quick break here on LHSN as the bottom of the third is underway.
Now batting for Lynchburg,
Sydney
number
Jester
7,
still on the mound,
Sarah
doing
Watts.
a great job limiting the runs so far, as we see Sarah Watts step up in the righty batter's box. First pitch going to be a little low, ball 1.
She took a 5-pitch walk her last time up at the dish. That was part of an inning where Lynchburg had the bases loaded, couldn't do anything with it.
That one fouled off to the right side, evens the count up at 1. And Sydney Jester, somebody that is one of the main pitchers on this scouting report. She is a great pitcher for this Mary Washington Eagles side. Did have a couple hit batters in the last matchup against Sweetbriar in her couple innings that she pitched. But we know she is a fantastic pitcher.
Yeah, I mean, she was someone that was the district pitcher of the year, her sophomore campaign in high school, and came in here for Mary Washington last year, had 15 appearances, made 3 starts, went 1-2 in those starting games, and finished with an ERA of 8.45 through her 27 and the third innings pitched.
As that one is low. Going to make the count full. Again, another full count for this Hornet offense. Making Jester throw a lot of pitches. Jester going to be a top pitcher in her conference. That one smoked to the right side, and the right fielder can't come up with it. Watt's going to round first and head for second. She looks at Dawn Simmons. She's going to round second and head for third. Slides in, stands in, and it's going to be a stand-up triple for Sarah Watts to start the bottom of the third inning.
Well, you talked about 5 tools. There you see 2 of them. She's got the contact and power to get it out to right field and get it past Darlings. And then you see the speed and the athleticism and the ability to turn that 2 into 3.
Well, beautiful effort from Darling. Couldn't come up with it. And you could see that as soon as Sarah Watts saw that one popped up. Going to be in play. First baseman ranging towards it. And it'll be caught for out number 1. That's not really what you want to see from your 4-hitter after a leadoff triple.
Yeah, but you still got plenty of room to work with. You got a runner on third. You can still do a sac bunt, a sac fly. I mean, all of that's still in the picture here. And we see Hackett digging in from the right side. Patience with that first one, kept the bat head high.
Well, something that you love to see from Barnes, even though she hasn't found the most success so far in these first couple games of the season, is the aggressiveness is there.
Oh, without a doubt.
That ball tried to catch the corner. Jester doesn't get the call.
She is dancing around that zone, which, is a good thing to see here early. She's done a great job of finding the edges and the corners of the zone. Obviously, you don't want to give anything right over the dish here with Hackett, but now you really got no choice. Find yourself in a 3-0 hole.
I wonder if Hackett will have the green light.
I mean, I'm taking a big swing. I'm just trying to get this thing to the outfield.
Possibly, as we see that one right down the middle. No green light for Hackett.
Yeah, but, obviously in hindsight, that's one that you want to take. You want to really swing that one, just get it to the outfield and try and scratch across the first run of the afternoon.
3-1 count. One out. Hackett, half swing, ball to the backstop. Watts will not attempt to take home.
And that's tough, especially without any wild pitch or pass ball that you're going to see. Just with how close the backstop is, it's going to be really, really tough to try and get a runner to steal home.
Very important read from Watts, like you said, with a close backstop as the full count comes in. And Hackett is going to take that one high as is ball 4. She takes her 60 feet to first base.
How about that? She said 2 plate appearances today, and both of them have been full count walks.
Great at-bats from Kaylee Hackett, and that's where that experience comes to play in this one. But with her now being on first, it does bring about a double play opportunity for the Eagles. And we know Jester is going to be trying to do that. We talk about how the hitters have been aggressive for Lynchburg, but Jester's giving it right back to him. Sydney Jester is being very aggressive with her pitches. She's not backing down, and she's not afraid to go right at the hitters. As Anna Grace Terrell shows bunt, Hackett going to take second freely, and that puts 2 runners in scoring position for the DP. Even count at 1-1. A single to the outfield could possibly score 2. Trying to find the corner. Jester can't get it. AG ahead of the count, 2-1.
In a similar spot we saw back in the first frame, here a walk doesn't necessarily kill you. With 1 out on the board, that's really the least of your worries.
As that ball lined to the left side, going to go foul. And even the count up at 2. And now this is a tough at-bat if you're AG. You know, with 1 out, sac fly is a very big possibility. When you've got speed on the bases, obviously you want a single, but you got to be a team player. As that one smoked to the shortstop, it's going to be past, and it's going to be into left center field. 2 runs are going to score easily as Anna Grace Terrell puts the Hornets up on the board in the bottom of the 3rd with a 2 RBI single. And the Hornets take the lead. And this inning, far from over, still 1 out. A beautiful swing from AG.
Yeah, that was phenomenal. You get it right past the shortstop in Goldman. And that's why your designated player is your designated player. I mean, you put him in the rotation strictly just for those kind of moments. And shows up in a big-time moment right there to take the first lead of the afternoon. Took 5 hits. You finally scratch across 2. And now we see a pinch runner over there on first. Trying to read the digits. Looks like we got 33. Layla Litzen, this sophomore out of Centerville, Virginia.
A lot of pinch runners on this team. A lot of speed on the bench that Coach Don Simmons is not afraid to go to. As we see Taliumtua step up to the plate with 1 out. Trying to dot up that corner.
Yeah, you can tell she likes that side of the plate.
Jester loves throwing outside the lefties. We've seen it so far in her matchups. There it is again.
Spot,
yeah. Taliantua up 2-0 in the count. This is one of your favorable counts if you're a hitter, but you got to find the barrel if you're going to swing here. As she fouls that one away, 2-1 count now.
Litzen was already on her horse. She was ready to stride on over to second. I mean, the aggressive nature has worked well for Lynchburg so far this season. I don't think they've gotten caught stealing once. This team's been excellent on the base paths.
A lot of blazing speed, 2-1 count coming in. Laces that one to the left side corner and just foul.
That's about as close as you can get, Ski. Really flirted with that line. And if it gets down, obviously you know you can get Litzen over to the 3rd. The question is, can you get her all the way around? Yeah.
Well, we talked about it. Feel like a broken record with the amount of speed that this team has.
I mean, you got to talk about it. I tell you, when the opposing teams come to the Hill City, that's certainly something that's on everybody's mind. You got to be cognizant about who you're playing against and what they can bring to the table.
That one popped up to the left side. Left fielder ranging towards it in foul territory and can't come up with the play.
And, I mean, we've seen steals showing off the speed. We've seen it in the infield and the outfield as well. I mean, it's it can be a big difference maker.
Both squads showing off why they're solid teams. Lynchburg haven't won an ODAC title in a couple years. They're going to try and flip the script and hope that a new recruit, that ball hit up the middle, diving second baseman can't come up with it. And now you've got runners on first and second. And this big inning for the Hornets continues as Bree Hodges steps up to the plate.
Big inning is indeed. They've got 3 base knocks, one of them going for extras with Sarah Watts hitting the triple to lead things off. You got Hackett on base as well with a full count walk, which turned into a run.
Joe Brennan's favorite player up to the plate with runners on first and second. First pitch swinging in shallow right field.
Great play.
Gonna come up with a runner tagging. Leetson gonna be in third standing. Throw just gonna go back to the pitcher. Don't want to do anything risky if you're defense and give up a free run. That's a smart play. Not throwing that. And especially if you make that throw to third, most likely with the speed that Leetson has, she's going to be safe. And with a throw to third, Taliumtua has the ability or possibility of making it to second. So you keep 2 runners out of scoring position for Georgia Thompson with runners on the corner. That pitch will be low. Georgia Thompson going to start off with 1 ball and no strikes with 2 outs. And going back to that ODAC championships, the ODAC, we talk about it in every single sport, but really the ODAC is such a powerhouse in softball. You've got so many ranked teams. As that one hit foul, right fielder not going to be able to make the play. But there's so many good teams with the possibility of being ranked. And with Lynchburg bringing back 10 returners, new talented recruiting class, and of course, Emily Charlton's sister, Kate Charlton, who was pitcher of the year for Greensboro, going to try and get over that hump this year. Of course, it is early. This is just speculation.
Yeah, obviously you check in at 4th in the preseason poll if you're Lynchburg. You got Roanoke, Randolph-Macon, Virginia Wesleyan right ahead of you. But, I mean, it really is bonkers when you bring back 10 returners. That's not something you see every day.
Well, we know how much this team wants to win, as it's going to be 3-1 now for Thompson. We know how much this team wants to win. And with 10 returners coming back, you can only imagine that they're going to go balls to the wall. And they've got nothing to lose here. 3-1 count for Thompson. Swung on, fouled, out of play towards the first base dugout.
It's been a superb inning so far for the Hornets. You can really add things on here with a runner on third if you can poke one through for Thompson.
Well, full count, Taliumtua will be heading towards second, and it'll be a walk. Bases loaded as the lineup turns around, and we see Lexi Powell step up. 2 strikeouts so far. She's going to try and flip the script. She had a great weekend. As Don Simmons walking to the home plate umpire. Going to see a pinch hitter. So we're going to see Zoe Elliott, it looks like. Pinch hit for Lexi Powell. And this is what we talk about when it comes to Don Simmons, is she's not afraid to pinch run or to pinch hit, as she has the depth in her squad to do so. As Zoe Elliott, sophomore from Delmer, Delaware, steps in with the bases loaded with 2 outs. First pitch way high and outside for ball 1. If you're Elliott, you know that Sydney Jester's going to come right at you. No place to put you. That one will be low. 2-0 for Zoe Elliott. And again, nowhere to put Elliott We're going to see what Jester can draw up here with 2 outs. 2-0 pitch swung on, fouled away to the right side. We're seeing a lot of aggressiveness, but even better patience from these Hornet hitters, as we've seen a lot of deep counts for pretty much everybody so far. 2-1 pitch. Popped up into the infield. It's going into foul territory. Catcher ranges over and makes the catch on top of the netting. And a great play. Halts the Hornets to only 2 runs. Well, a two-run RBI single for Anna Grace Terrell put the Hornets on the board, and they have a 2-0 lead after 3 innings of play here on LHSN. Fourth inning action about to start up. Hornets take a 2-0 lead in the bottom of the 3rd. As we're going to see some conversations between Coach Don Simmons and the home plate umpire. Shelby Pressgrave going to step up, or excuse me.
Up to the plate for the Eagles. Number 20, Emily Musso.
Emily Musso going to step up to the plate.
And you can see that wind slowly starting to pick up in the outfield. Ominous clouds here today on Moon Field. Uncertainty surrounding the weather conditions coming into this ball game, but so far all dry. Hoping we can stay that way.
Well, no matter what the temperature is or what the precipitation is, the energy is here for both teams. As Musso watches that one for ball 1, even count at 1-1. We know Musso has speed on the bases and in the field. Can lay down a bunt, try and get this team going. Won't. That ball going to be hit up the middle on the ground, and it's going to get through for a leadoff single for Emily Musso.
That's a big one here for the Eagles. You've just been dying to get somebody on base. You've had 1 base runner in Goldman this afternoon. Other than that, it's been the Charlton show, really.
Absolutely, just the 2nd hit for the Eagles as now Pressgrave steps up. As we're going to see a possibility of a pinch runner, and we do. Number 17.
That'll be Darling.
Kennedy Darling.
Taking her spot right back. Just thank you very much, Musso. I will take it from here.
And that's really what you want to do when if you're Musso. It's really next man up. Step up to the plate, get yourself a hit, a sac bunt opportunity. They're going to be fouled back. Runner stays at second. A little bit of confusion as she strolls her way back to first. The lefty hitter and Pressgrave loves to see pitches as she fouls that one to the left side. Walked a couple times in her matchups against Sweetbriar. Does have the opportunity and the speed for stolen bases too if she gets on. But she's down 0-2. She's going to have to draw something up here. Charlton trying to paint that corner. Runner doesn't go. Hudnall at the ready.
And I was curious to see if Elliott was going to stay in this ball game and take this spot of Powell out there and right after she Subbed into pinch hit. Powell's right back out there.
A check swing to the left side, gonna go foul. Hackett loses her hat. Or, I actually don't know do you know what that's called? It's not a hat.
It's a visor.
A visor, that's what it's called. Visor, thank you.
Fashion
And that's
with
why
Joe
you're
and
here,
Ethan.
Joe. As Kaylee Hackett's visor falls off, and again, she's playing third base, but she does have the ability to track down fly balls as she is naturally an outfielder. As a 1-2 pitch, a beautiful pitch from Charlton. Nice changeup to get another strikeout in this one.
Up to 4 on the day. She's already matched her total from the last game, but that was with 6 innings of action. Here only 3 1/3 of the way through.
The Eagles is number 20.
I will ask you, are you a visor guy at all?
No, not at all. I mean, I'm
Strictly
sure.
snapbacks.
Yeah, snapbacks. When I was on the baseball team and we would travel everywhere, I made it my mission to get a hat wherever we went.
Okay, nice.
So we went to last year. We went to California for a super regional against Laverne. Had to get myself a nice Dodgers hat from. I don't even remember what the store's called, but they're everywhere. I should remember what the store's called because I'm there every single away trip we get. As that ball grounded to the left side, it's going to get by Thompson, and another single for the Eagles.
Yeah, these bats are starting to heat up a little bit. 2 base knocks here in the top of the 4th inning.
Your second go-around of the order.
Are you thinking of lids?
Lids, that is what it's called. And this, again, that's why you're here, Joe. You're here to help me remember when I can't. The second go-around of the order. Bats are starting to heat up. Hitters are starting to change up their mindset. And now Carly Hudnall goes out to have a meeting with her pitcher, Charlton. Maybe get a mindset change for Charlton.
Yeah, I think it's good just to have that. All right, let's take a second to breathe. Let's go back to what we were doing at the beginning of this ball game. I mean, I don't think anybody's thinking about taking Charlton out of this contest yet, despite, the result of 2 of the last 3 batters getting on base.
You see a sack bunt popped up to the right side. Barnes charging too hard. Can't come up with it.
And I really like the idea right there from Daniker, but that's one you want to put into the dirt. Keep it in play, but lay that one down rather than popping her up. And a good job from Charlton just throwing some high heat when they're going for that bunt.
Well, we know with the scouting report, that one's fouled away to the right side. We know that this Lynchburg team has been saying that the Eagles do like to fake bunt a lot. I know that they're going to keep that in their arsenal.
Scout report, you keep saying. I feel like you're not watching film. You must got some insider intel.
Oh, I always have insider intel with softball, Joe. Charlton finds herself in a nice 0-2 count. Another fake bunt.
Yeah, I don't.
Fake bunt with 2 strikes. That's an interesting
dangerous.
one.
Yeah.
Well, that's what we're talking about. We know this team does like to fake bunt and steal.
When you're pulling out that fake bunt, what I'm really thinking of is, pulling it back and going for the hit or a slap.
Well, that one foul, almost fair.
Sure.
Almost found the bag there. Well, we know that.
And we talked about having so much space on
Yeah.
that right side of the field. And you say, well, that's something that every outfielder wants until you get in that kind of situation and that ball goes fair. Because if that's fair
That can
past
sit
the
in
infield,
corner.
it goes all the way to the corner. I mean, you've got an extra 20, 30 yards to run to track that ball down. Gives the base runners a whole lot of time to circle around and move station to station. And we are going to see a meeting here with Simmons. I can tell there's an arm warming up in the pen. I can't get a digit on it. We've only got I might be able to. That's Dorsis. We've got Dorsis warming up. Again, I don't think it's time yet, but this is certainly the stage where you've got to start thinking about it, at least in the back of your head.
Well, the beauty of having a dynamic duo of Emily Charlton and Kaylee Dorse, as I mentioned it at the beginning of this matchup, is that they're 2 completely different pitchers. And if one side is starting to understand how Emily's pitches are coming in, he can go right to Dorse's.
And you've got other options as well. I mean, you could go with a reliever like Brown, plug her in this stage of the game, and then maybe go to the other Charlton later in the contest.
That's one that I'm very excited to see how she does with this new team, new squad.
Yeah, didn't get a look at her
And
quite
caught
yet.
by Charlton, and it's going to be a double play as she flips it to first. And Lynchburg were looking for the triple play, but there's already an out, but a nice job from Emily Charlton right after a mound visit. I mean, that's the perfect outcome. That's called icing the batter.
I don't know whatever Dawn just told her in the circle, but I need her to tell me that before every econ test I take. I need that kind of speech because whatever she said, she picked the right words. Double play. Who says pitchers aren't athletes too?
A beautiful job getting out of that inning by Charlton. And we are going to head to the bottom of the fourth. Lynchburg going to try and extend their lead on LHSN. Bottom of the fourth, set to commence. We're going to have a pinch hitter, Brianna Orange, a freshman from from Botetourt County. Botetourt. It's a tough one. It's a tough one if you've never heard it before.
Stepping up to the plate for the Hornets.
It's right down the street
Brianna
in Roanoke,
Orange.
or near Roanoke. I don't want to act like I know exactly where it's at.
Roanoke might be
and
in
get
that
it wrong.
county.
Yeah.
Maybe. I'm not sure.
That's Orange.
You're probably better at geography than I am.
Probably not. But we're going to try our best. And that's what you're going to get from LHSN. You're always going to get our best.
We saw a little bit of Orange this weekend. She's someone that Simmons has praised a whole lot, saying she can add a whole lot of power to this lineup. She's someone later in the year we could see check into that designated player spot.
Pulls off of that one a little bit. Evens up the count at 1-1. That one hit towards center, and it's going to drop for a single for Brianna Orange. Nice little poke
That's
into the
textbook
outfield.
Kansas City special. I mean, right there, she's just going with a nice little blooper out to center field. Dunks in for a base knock. And that's a great way to lead things off. Just a lead-off base hit. You can start to unwind a little bit and feel more comfortable now that you got Sarah Watts stepping in. You've got the power of your order, and now you bring Hudnall back into the contest to give you that speed back over at first once again.
Well, perfect way to introduce yourself into this program.
And something that's so interesting, we keep talking about the wheels on this team over and over again, but the ability to have your catcher be second in the order and probably have the quickest 40-yard dash out of anybody on this squad.
She quicker than you, Joe?
Probably. And they used to call me the big body Bugatti back in the day.
Oh, my goodness. I've heard you say that before, actually.
I'm quick
That's a
for
good
my
one.
size.
No, that's a good one. As Sarah Watts watches that one go for ball one. We do have a new pitcher on the mound for the Eagles as Watts fouls that one straight underneath the legs of the catcher.
I was gonna say
umpire.
I think I could beat anybody in the press box, but we've got 3 track guys in here.
Well,
maybe if they've got to run hurdles and I don't have
Yeah.
anything in my way.
yeah. You can't count out the baseball player, Joe. Can't count out
I
the
can.
baseball player. As the count is even at 1-1 for Watts. New pitcher on the mound for the Eagles. As that one is fouled away will be Anna Dobson, the junior from Alexandria, Virginia. As the count will be 1-2 for Sarah Watts. We know Dobson does like to move the ball in and out. She throws that one a little too high, even is up the count at 2-2. Watts got to protect here in a 2-strike count. Got a quick runner on first. Wouldn't be surprised to see Hudnall scurry her way over and attempt to steal second. The 2-2 pitch comes in. That one smoked to center field. And it's going to hit the top of the wall. Hudnall going to round third and head for the plate. No throw, and it's going to be an RBI double for Sarah Watts. Oh, man, it's a game of inches, Joe. And she was a couple inches from having herself 2 RBIs on one swing. A beautiful hit by Watts.
Yeah, that outfield wall isn't too far away, but it's certainly got some height to it, about 12 feet up. Banged it against the top of the A. But if you're Watts, you're more than happy with that. A leadoff single followed by an explosive double. Her second hit for extra bases today as well. You remember she had that triple back in the 3rd inning. Now here in the 4th, picking up right where she left off.
Getting herself a double and an
trouble.
RBI, extending the lead to 3. And I don't want to say anything, but she's got, in my opinion, the 2 hardest ones to get out of the way. She's got the triple and the double. We do have a couple more innings left.
Let's wait till we're one away, then we can talk about it.
As Madison Barnes fouls this one to the right side. Finds herself in a rut.
And a tough start here for the junior out of Alexandria, Virginia. I mean, Dobson just thrown right into the fire. You have Orange and Watts back-to-back immediately when you step into the circle. And those are probably the 2 biggest power hitters in this Lynchburg lineup. And someone that only saw action in 1 game a season ago. Watts is off.
And a great read from Sarah Watts. She saw the changeup going into the dirt. And a nice dirt ball read from Watts, getting herself a stolen base. And 60 feet away from extending the lead to 4. Barnes going to try and send this one to the outfield as she will pop this one up. Is in shallow right. Watts going to break down and stay at 3rd.
Yeah, I think that's the right call. Wise decision right there from Watts. It's just not far enough into the outfield, especially when you've got a beeline toss down that first base line. Especially with 1 out, there's no need to risk it and potentially turn that into a double play.
Yeah, I think that's a great read from Watts. She's been doing a fantastic job on the bases with that dirt ball read and staying at 3rd. Stopping the double play. Now here comes Kaylee Hackett. Number 19, the 5th year from Appomattox, Virginia.
And one thing we also got to talk about, Dobson in the circle right now, she's a neuroscience major.
That's impressive. I can't
wild.
even imagine doing any science major.
I can't imagine you doing science either.
That one up the middle, and it's going to be a single for Kaylee Hackett and an RBI as Watts crosses the plate.
And she might be the neuroscience major, but right now this is a surgical batting order from Lynchburg. They are slicing and dicing her apart. I mean, what a start it's really been here in the 4th frame. You've had 3 base knocks in 4 at-bats. This has been excellent hitting so far, and they've doubled their lead here with 2 runs in the bottom of the frame.
9 hits so far for the Hornets. They have a 4-0 lead so far. Still only 1 out with AG. Anna Grace Terrell up to the plate. But you can't count Mary Washington out. There's still a lot of ball game left.
Oh, without a doubt.
And we've seen that they do have the ability to come back in games, as Terrell going to drop a bunt down, and it's going to go straight back into the catcher for a foul ball.
Still yet to see a successful bunt here on Moon.
I can promise you one thing, Joe. It'll happen eventually.
Come.
They work on it a ton. I hear from the players.
And I think it's smart, especially in a situation like
absolutely.
this. I mean, AG, someone that could certainly scamper over to first.
Especially being a lefty, you get that couple milliseconds of a head start, putting a bunt down on the left side of the plate. As AG finds herself in an 0-2 count. Got to protect here with 2 strikes. As she grounds it right to the pitcher, throw to second, is not going to be in time.
Wow.
Hackett slides in. A tough play. Probably not the best decision with the speed that you had on first base and how slow that was hit.
I mean, would you put that down as an error? I mean, that's one of those where it's certainly not a physical thing. It's just a mental holdup.
Those are the tough ones when it comes down to softball and baseball. We'll get an official reading on that as Taliumptua watches that one find the corner. Down 0-1 in the count. 1 out still. And that one will be a hit for Anna Grace Terrell. That one fouled to the left side. Taliumptua down in the count 0-2. Taliumptua, another hitter on this roster that does have power. She can really do anything, no matter what the count is. She's going to have to protect here, down 0-2. The pitch, hit to the left side, slicing foul.
And I'd like to see Dobson try and work around the zone a little bit, kind of how we saw Jester do it to start off this game. You're up in the count. There's really no need just to throw a meatball right over the top of the dish. You want to try and really paint those outside edges and induce a swing and a miss.
Going to try and get Taliumptua to chase here. Don't want to give anything that looks too pretty for number 17. As that one is hit up the middle and it will drop. Kaylee Hackett didn't get a good read on it. Throw to third is in time. And it's going to be out number 2. That's a tough read for Hackett. Kind of in the middle there. Taliumptua did get a good swing on it.
And 8-5 fielder's choice isn't something you're going to see every day, but, I mean, she gets caught in a pickle. I mean, truly, like, if that ball is caught, that's a double play.
Yep.
Especially if she's off to the races. She was able to protect herself a little bit there, but, I mean, that's just a tough decision to make.
That one blooped into right field. Second baseman tracking back and catches it for out number 3. Well, 2 runs cross the plate for the Hornets in the bottom of the 4th. They finish off. They continue with 11 hits to just the 3 hits for the Eagles. And they're up 4-0 going into the 5th inning here on LHSN. Top of the 5th action, ready to commence. As Karis Goldman steps up into the righty batter's box. Got to get something going if you're the Eagles. Got to get a couple hits, try and get Charlton out of this game. But the problem is, that one smoked to the left side. Foul ball. Coach tried to persuade the home plate umpire.
But that was a quick call from home plate. I mean, that's one that you got to be pretty decisive and quick with. I think it was the right call, but a tough break.
Yeah, I think that was the correct call from the home plate umpire. But like I was saying, if you get Emily Charlton out of the game, you got to deal with a whole bunch of other possibilities of pitchers in this staff.
Goldman's had a good day thus far. Had the first base knock in the afternoon for the Eagles, back in his second frame. Also has his steal to her name.
That one going to be low for ball 2. 2-1 count for Goldman. The freshman from Warrington.
She's the first freshman in this batting order. They start with the first 5 are all seniors, juniors, and a grad student. That kind of shows you how much faith that this group has gotten her. I mean, she was dual sport athlete back in high school, playing softball and basketball for Kettle Run.
3-1 count here for Goldman. Charlton trying to get herself back into this, and she will. It'll be a full count. Seems like the script has flipped for these offenses. We saw a lot of full counts for the Hornets hitters in the first couple innings. That one hit right back to Charlton. The reaction timing. Another ball sent back towards Charlton's way, and another unassisted out
Up now for the Eagles,
for the
number
5th year.
18,
She's
Emma
doing it all right now.
She's fantastic on the mound. Her fielding ability, we're
know about
seeing
you.
it right now.
That one's hitting me square in the forehead. That is a great heads-up play, no pun intended.
Woo! A beautiful pitch. You see Emma Dixon at the plate.
And there goes with an off-speed changeup. Dixon was ready for the heater. That one had a little bit of horizontal movement on it.
That one dribbled over towards Barnes at first base, picked up cleanly, and an easy out number 2 for Charlton. Charlton, a very renowned member of
for the Eagles
campus
is number
outreach.
23, Bridget Ward.
For the people at home, what is campus outreach?
It's a small group of Christian athletes or non-athletes that just get together every week and
There you go.
hang out. And she's there almost every single week. Gets a first strike here in this count. Going to try and get a quick 1-2-3 inning here in the top of the 5th. As that one popped up to center field, Bree Hodges ranges over, calls off Lexi Powell, and will get the 3rd out of the inning. A quick 1-2-3 for Emily Charlton. Exactly what you want to see. Coming off of that 4th inning where Mary Washington had a couple of hits. We're going to head to the bottom of the 5th. The trend shows last 2 innings, 2 runs have scored for the Hornets. They're going to try and continue that pattern in the bottom of the 5th here on LHSN. Bottom of the 5th. Going to be led off by Georgia Thompson. And then the batting order will flip back to the top.
Now batting for Lynchburg, number 14.
Georgia Thompson watches that first ball, gets ahead in the count. First pitch strikes are so crucial if you're in that circle or on the mound. But getting that first pitch ball as a hitter, it's very relaxing when you're in the box. As Georgia Thompson hits this one to the right side, first baseman ranging over in foul territory. It will not be caught, but it will even the count up.
It's been a great day from Thompson this far. A base knock back in his 2nd inning. Walked in the 3rd. Had that diving grab we saw in the top of the 2nd inning as well. He's really tackled everything that's come at her.
He's a great athlete and a great job so far today. Like you said, that one smoked to the right side. Diving second baseman can't make the play, and it's going to be another hit for Georgia Thompson. Fantastic swing from the junior.
Yeah, not much Pressgraves can do over there at second.
batting for Lynchburg,
Other than just watch it go by and admire the performance we've seen from Thompson today.
A really nice effort. We've seen both these teams are not afraid to get down and dirty. A great way to start this inning off, as Lexi Powell going to try and put down a drag bunt.
And now you have a really different story on both sides of it. You see a 2-for-2 Thompson at the bottom of the order, and then your leadoff hitter at the top, and Lexi Powell 0-for-2 on the afternoon. We did see Zoe Elliott come in for a moment where she pinch hit. It was a pop-up to the back net. That was reeled in.
Lexi putting down another bunt, a beautiful one. She's got speed, and she'll be safe at first. No throw. Just a perfect bunt from Lexi Powell, and a great way to get your day started after struggling in your first two at-bats. A really nice job by Lexi Powell.
We knew it wouldn't take long. There it is. First successful bunt of the season.
I promised you, Joe, and they delivered. And as Carly Hudnall steps up to the plate with runners on first and second, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw that exact same play come out of number 6 Hudnall here.
You think they go back-to-back bunt?
Possibility. We know Don loves doing it. There it is.
Whoa.
She shows bunt. She pulls back for ball 1.
You got the right idea, man. I might read the future. I might need to buy some lottery tickets with you.
I had my I've had my fair share of softball games here. Don Simmons loves playing that type of softball. And another bunt shown by Hudnall. And it's going to be fouled away. And really, with a 1-1 count, I wouldn't be surprised if they're showing it again. But with the slap hitter that Hudnall is, we know she can do it all, really. She can put it on the ground with a bunt, a really nice slap hit, or find a way to poke it to the outfield. Shows bunt again, can't get it down.
Yeah, just barely got the edge of the barrel right there. She makes good contact. That one gets down for a base hit. Or at least a sack bunt with a chance to move the runner station to station.
Well, it's a really good job by Dobson on the mound, knowing that there's runners on first and second with no outs, and obviously with how much this team loves to bunt, keeping it on the outside corner, not letting Hudnall have the opportunity to put down a healthy drag bunt.
Doesn't bite on the riser right there from Dobson.
2-2 count on Hudnall. Dobson in a little bit of a jam. Huddy slaps that one up right to the pitcher. Nobody at third. Hudnall going to be safe at first. A little bit of hesitation. And the bases are going to be loaded with no outs.
Yeah, and that's very similar to what we saw earlier on with Dobson in the circle, just uncertain on where the first throw is.
I like the idea of wanting to go to third to get the lead runner, but you know, obviously with the possibility of a bunt, maybe a little less with two strikes, but with a slap hitter, you know your third baseman's going to be crashing on those weak ground balls.
Now you have hits back to back to back like Kobe and Shaq.
You never cease to amaze me with these comparisons, Joe.
I mean, that's what it is.
They're great.
It's
no, absolutely. I love it.
Trifecta base knocks.
I love it. I love it. And now here comes Sarah Watts. Hits that one into right field. Right fielder heading back. It's going to one-hop the track. Two runners are going to be in. Hudnall rounding third, heading for the plate right after each other. And Watts with a base-clearing triple. Another triple, her second of the evening. And she is red hot in this one.
Well, that hurts her chances at the cycle, which you were talking about for a second. But I think she's more than happy with 3 hits for extra bases, 2 of them going for triples. How about that? Sarah Watts, have yourself an afternoon.
She's a fantastic hitter. There's a reason why she's in that 3 spot.
I think that's safe to say, yeah.
For this Hornet offense.
And they're all going different spots. I mean, her spray chart has got to be something that's really tough to take a look at.
Well, and that just adds on to the reasons of why she's in that 3 hole. is because we know she's got the power, we know she's got the speed, and being able to spread it around the field.
And having somebody
huge.
turn around the order like Thompson, too, who's had a perfect day, quite literally, to really kickstart the frame here in the bottom of the fifth. And now you're starting to get into run rule territory.
We've got Alex DiNardo, a faithful member of LHSN, stepping in to pinch hit for Madison Barnes. We saw her hit. We saw she smoked a double this weekend against the Pacers. She's going to be looking to do the same thing.
It was a frozen rope.
You were talking about Georgia Thompson and how well she's done to turn this lineup around. You know the nickname for that 9-hole is your second leadoff.
Yeah.
And Georgia Thompson is proving why she's in that spot. As DiNardo finds herself up in the count, 2-0. Still no outs in this fifth inning. DiNardo going to have the green light. Dobson can't find that outside corner. It's going to be 3-0 for DiNardo.
Great patience here from DiNardo. I mean, a lot of times when you check into the ball game in a spot like this, you can be a little trigger happy and just want to swing right away. She's shown great patience, now up in the count. Really full range here with nobody away.
Great job by DiNardo. Good pitch by Dobson. Not leaving that too far over the plate. Obviously, with a 7-run lead, you might have the green light there at 3-0.
I don't think we've seen anybody swing on a 3-0 today.
Well, that's a little bit of a, I wouldn't call it an unwritten rule, but you're rarely ever going to see a player up 3-0 in the count as that's popped up right to the second baseman, calling everybody off, and an easy first out.
I mean, I don't know about you, but I'm swinging on 3-0.
It's a little bit of a unwritten rule to swing on 3-0.
Maybe in the big leagues.
Well, it honestly depends on the coaching, too. I don't know.
Yeah, I think that's a big thing.
I don't think Don Simmons has them swinging 3-0.
And also with the amount of walks that we've seen today, you kind of just want to force them to throw it over the plate.
Absolutely. You want to make them come to you. And
Jessica Strickland.
Especially with a 7-run lead, you don't want to do anything too drastic. As Jess Strickland, another member of LHSN, steps up into the lefty batter's box. Gonna try and score that run. She pokes that one foul to the left side. And this is a perfect example of how much depth this squad has.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen, 5 pinch hitters today, along with 2 pinch runners.
It's a fantastic roster that Coach Simmons has put together as Strickland pokes that one over the second baseman, diving back, can't make the play. And it's going to be an RBI single for Jessica Strickland. And that will be the end of game 1, 8-0 mercy rule for the Hornets as they take game 1 of this doubleheader against the Eagles. 8-0, 16 hits for the Hornets, 3 for Emily Charlton. Joe, any thoughts on the day for the Hornets and the Eagles?
Bats look pretty good.
Yeah, they've looked fantastic so far this season. Well, don't go anywhere. In about a half an hour, we have just a second matchup between the Hornets and the Eagles of this doubleheader. Hornets take game 1. They look to do the exact same in game 2 on LHSN.
33, Hannah
Hello and welcome back into Moonfield here on the campus of the University of Lynchburg. It's game 2 of today's doubleheader between the Lynchburg Hornets and the Mary Washington Eagles. Joe Brennan alongside my good friend and partner, Lynchburg legend Ethan Morotsky. The Hornets took the first game of today's doubleheader in run rule fashion, scoring 2 in the bottom of the third and fourth, with 4 coming in what became the final and 5th frame.
Yeah, the Hornets looked great all around, pitching, hitting, fielding. They were just doing it all perfectly. And the Eagles, they're going to have to find a way to flip the script and try and get their own sort of momentum going here.
They did have some signs of life, tallying 3 base knocks in that first game as a chopper goes to Hackett down the left side, zipped over to first, and it's 1 up, 1 down as Steele's retired on the 5-3 ground out.
See a little bit of different swings from Steele going towards the slap, trying to put that one and poke it into a hole.
up to bat for the Eagles
But it
is
finds
number
Kaylee Hackett
17,
at third
Kennedy
base.
Darling.
And an easy out number 1 for the former outfielder, now playing infield.
Dorsis kicks and fires her second batter faced of the afternoon. It's Kennedy Darling. In the first game of today's action, Darling only had 1 at-bat where she struck out swinging. She had a pinch hitter in Musso check in for her, but then came right back into pinch run. 1-0 on the way, a heater right down Main Street taken for the first strike of the count.
You know, we talk about a former outfielder playing infield, and if you look straight ahead in center field, you see Addison Walter playing at the 8 position, former infielder, now playing outfield for the Hornets.
1-1 waved by for the second strike of the count. Dorsis winds and fires, got him swinging, strike 3. First strikeout of the afternoon for Dorsis. She tallied 8 Ks in her first appearance this season, recording the win in an 8-0 W for the Hornets over the William Peace Pacers. That one also ended in run rule fashion. And how about the pitching staff thus far and the overall defense we've seen from the Hornets? And through 3 games, they've outscored their opponents 20-0.
Well, it really starts with the defense and the pitching staff. This Hornet pitching staff, they've only had to use 3 pitchers in Kaylee Dorsis, Emily Charlton, and Logan Curtis. And, of course, Logan Curtis, we saw 1 inning from her in the second game of the doubleheader on Sunday, and she got herself a scoreless inning too. So really it starts with the defense and how well their pitchers have done so far in this season and how well we expect them to do in the entire regular season.
0-2, just a touch outside for the first ball.
It's a good waste pitch, 0-2 count. You don't want to give the hitter anything too good to swing at.
1-1 on the way from Dorsis. Popped up into the center field, right into the breadbasket for Dorsis. Makes the play on her own. And just like that, Dorsis retires this side in order. Tic-tac-toe. Lynchburg holds the Eagles scoreless through the first frame. And we welcome you back into the Moonfield. Joe Brennan, Ethan Maratsky here on behalf of LHSN. The Hornets taking the plate here in the home half of the first inning. Lexi Powell will lead things off, followed by Kaylee Hackett and Sarah Watts in the hole. Tally Umptua in the cleanup spot here for Lynchburg, followed by Madison Barnes, Anna Grace Terrell, Zoe Elliott, Addison Walter, and Georgia Thompson to turn things around at the bottom of the order.
We see Sierra Foss on the mound for Mary Washington. The Eagles pitcher threw 5 innings against Sweetbriar in that second game of the doubleheader. Gave up 5 hits, only 1 earned run, but 3 runs in total off of 4 walks and 2 strikeouts. So we're going to be looking to see some soft contact from these hitters off of Foss. And going to be interesting to see how this Hornet offense can get some hits onto the board.
Obviously some changes in the Lynchburg batting order as Hackett moves up in the order up to 2. Tally Umptua as well now in that cleanup spot. Zoe Elliott and Addison Walter also getting the nod here in the starting lineup. You got a great mixture of veteran and young talent here today for Lynchburg in Game 2 in this starting 10. Foss winds and fires, taken downstairs at the ankles for ball 3.
Well, this veteran talent for this Lynchburg offense, it shows you how much confidence that Coach Simmons has in every single player. We talked about it in the first game, how many pinch hitters that they have and how many different types of hitters that they can go to. This offense has a ton of weapons.
Foss unloads a frozen rope right up the gut for Lexi Powell, and she begins the home half of the first with a base knock.
Completely different start for Lexi in this one, and she will definitely take that. An absolute bullet up the middle for Lexi Powell to start this Lynchburg offense.
Stepping in to hit for the Hornets, number 19, Kaylee Hackett.
Sierra Foss in the circle making her debut here for Mary Washington. As the first pitch taken outside the zone for the first ball of the count.
See a lot of speed on first base. We said it all first game, and we're going to continue to say it, that the Hornets on the base paths, got to be wary of them.
Bunt laid down beautifully down the first base line. Textbook execution from Kaylee Hackett. Powell scampers over to second. Runners on 1 and 2 with nobody away for the cleanup, or pardon me, for the power hitter in Sarah Watts.
Just a beautiful bunt. Didn't even have to make it go too far. Started to curve a little bit towards foul territory. Saw a little bit of hesitation from the catcher of the Eagles. Hackett with her speed. She's going to get there at first every time with no throw.
Sierra Foss formerly played for Bridgewater, a transfer here for the Eagles this season. The junior out of Stafford, Virginia, a right-handed starter, played 5 innings against Sweetbriar, where she tallied 2 strikeouts while allowing 4 walks, 5 hits, and 1 earned run. Watts lays off the high pitch upstairs, ball 2.
You can definitely see they're trying to pitch around Sarah Watts after that awesome game that she had earlier today.
Awesome's an understatement. 2 triples, a double as well. Shows bunt, pulls it back, runners take off. Powell slides in cleanly. Now 2 runners in scoring position and a 3-0 green light count here for Watts.
A fake bunt from Watts and a good read from Powell. Seeing that low pitch going into the dirt. And a good throw from the catcher of the Eagles.
We didn't see a whole lot of swings on 3-0s in the first game. We'll see what Watts has for us here. Once again lays off. Right down the pipe for the first strike of the count.
Joe, I can tell you're waiting for that 3-0
I am.
swing.
Especially with a talent like Watts. 3-1 on the way. Gets away from the catcher, taken into the dirt. It's a 5-pitch walk, the second one that Watts has had today. Now the bags are juiced, and Taliumptua will dig in from the left side.
Not the way you want to start the bottom of the first. If you're the Eagles, a leadoff single, bunt turned into runners on first and second, and now you've walked the bases loaded for the cleanup hitter.
First pitch waved by for strike one. Just got a piece of it. Went right back into the mask of Daniker.
I really like the aggressiveness there from Taliumptua. You know that there's nowhere this pitcher can put you, and she's got to pitch it right at you. I love the aggressiveness on that swing.
You know what they say, first pitch swinging, first pitch winning. 0-1. Bases loaded. Foss, the right-hander, kicks and fires. A grounder that gets past the infield. One run comes home, the second on the way. Lexi Powell and Kaylee Hackett coming to score. It's a 2 RBI base knock from Taliumptua, and the Hornets have started this game off perfectly, 4 for 4.
Beautiful swing from Alyssa Taliumptua, lacing it past the shortstop. Nothing she could have done. I don't even think a diving effort could have helped her there. A 2-run score and a great read from Watts, seeing that the throw wasn't going home and they hit the cutoff.
Now runners on first and second, an 0-1 count. That runs inside for ball one. Madison Barnes at the dish. Barnes in game one tallied 1 base knock, went 1 for 3. Well outside for ball two.
Trying to paint that corner. Madison Barnes, another great hitter on this offense. Typically in the 4 spot, got moved back a little bit. But there really is no 4, 5, or 6 spot. I mean, everybody on this team has talent, and everybody on this team can hit.
Fouled off. Strike one. You notice there's a whole lot of dogs in the ballpark today.
It's every single doubleheader. You'll see them. I mean, everybody loves bringing their dogs.
Certainly a family-friendly environment. Good energy all around between game 1 and 2, and everybody could put their feet up for a little bit. I'm always impressed with the assortment of food that the parents bring out. And as the fly ball is nearly caught, went right through the hands of one of the Lynchburg swimmers.
The only thing we're missing today is some sun, Joe.
Yeah, it's all right. No rain.
Got a little bit of rain before the games, but no harm done to the field to the point where they can't play. Energy's up for both teams.
Deuces wild. Foss got him looking. That's a way to turn things around for the Eagles.
Really good pitch there, floating it right into the zone. Sending Barnes down, looking.
Lynchburg, number 21, Anna Grace Carroll.
Anna Grace Terrell now digs in from the left side. Terrell had 2 base knocks in game number 1. Tallied 2 ribbies as well. As she watches the first pitch whiz by for strike one.
AG showing bunt there, possibly trying to get both runners in scoring position with the possibility of a drag bunt being on that lefty batter's box. She gets to take off a little early as long as she doesn't step out of the white line. That's why lefties favor the drag bunt, especially in softball.
Lays off the 0-1, taken outside to tie up the count at 1-1. Yeah, and we saw the bunt go to a couple times for Lynchburg in that first game. Lexi Powell pulled off one that was really, really textbook. 1-1. Beautiful pitch from Voss. Finds the bottom half of the zone for strike number 2. AG down in the count. Runners on first and second. This is the first inning this season, in the first or second, where the Hornets have tallied a run, despite putting up 20 runs in 3 contests this year. They all came in the third inning or later. But right now it feels like Lynchburg really riding that momentum that they gained to end that contest earlier on today. 1-2. Foss deals. Popped up deep left field and reeled in by Steele. 2 away.
Good swing by AG, sending it to the left side. Got a little underneath it, and an easy play for the left fielder for the Eagles.
Number 12, Zoe Elliott.
Elliott will step in to the right side with Key Glock in the background. You a big Key Glock guy, Ski?
I am actually a big Key Glock guy.
Who's not?
I can't imagine
If
anybody
you don't like
not
Key
liking
Glock,
Key
I don't
Glock.
trust you. 1-0 pitch. The righty deals into the dirt. Ball 2.
Zoe Elliott, we've seen the display that she can put on defense in right field.
Certainly. Had a spectacular double play this past weekend. A diving grab that was then thrown over to second base. Ropes this one. Gets past the second baseman in Pressgrave. 1 run on the way. Another coming. It's a stand-up triple that clears the bases. Zoe Elliott.
Beautiful swing, outside pitch taken towards the opposite field, right into right center field, forcing the center fielder and the right fielder to chase after it in an easy triple.
Hornets, number 3, Addison Walter.
That one was cranked down the right side. A very tough play for Pressgraves to make over there at second. Darling had to back her up all the way back at the wall. And by that time, you see the wheels from Elliott. First pitch for Walter runs outside, taken for a ball.
We see the Hornets continue on where they left off in the game 1. And they can't stop scoring. That's what it seems like so far. I mean, it's only the first inning, but we've got 4 hits and 4 runs for the Hornets.
Walter takes the first strike of the count. Walter is one of 5 fifth-year players for Lynchburg this season. Everybody taking advantage of that COVID year while you can. It's really the last year that it's in effect. Obviously, you'll have a couple that trickle into the mix that had medical red shirts and stuff of that nature. Nevertheless, this really considered the final season of it. We're both still eligible for it.
Yeah, yeah, definitely had another year of eligibility, but I'm happy to be here working for LHSN. It's a nice spring day.
We'll take our talents to intramurals. Ethan Morotsky, nearly a flag football champion, as Walter waves by for strike 3, a 4-pitch K for Voss. And just like that, Lynchburg ends the inning with 1 runner on. And nevertheless, they scratch across 4 here in the bottom of the first inning. 4 hits, 4 runs. Lynchburg on top. And we welcome you back into the ballpark here at Moonfield. 62 and cloudy in the Hill City. But the Hornet Bats have been scorching hot this afternoon. 16 in the first game of today's doubleheader. 4 in the bottom of the first frame. It was a tale of 2 half innings, really, for these two squads in the first frame. I mean, Lynchburg, 4 base knocks, 4 runs, 3 up, 3 down on the other hand for Mary Washington. Now you've got a big hole to overcome.
Well, a huge inning for Lynchburg. It honestly felt like that half inning was a full inning. I mean, it was taking a while to get through. Mary Washington going to have to find a way to quickly figure out Kaylee Dorses, and obviously you and I both know that that is nowhere near easy.
Yeah, you mentioned it with Lynchburg's batting in the first inning. They went through 8 batters, nearly their entire order, as there's a check swing from Pressgrave, pulled it back for ball. Tied up at 2-2. This Mary Washington team just looking for a heartbeat here in the top of the second inning. Dorsis trying to put it away, popped up down the left side, going foul. Taliumptua trying to track it down. Can't get there in time.
Seen a lot of great defense from both sides. I was honestly surprised we weren't going to see a dive there from Taliumptua.
Well, it did go out of the ballpark, so that would have been a very impressive play made by the junior outfielder. That ball in foul territory, I will give you, it's about half the height of the typical outfield ball, and can be made. 2-2 from Dorsis. I mean, the rotation on that ball, I mean, that's really what makes it so dangerous, Moratsky.
Yeah, the movement and the speed. I know that there's a comparison you can make.
Payoff pitch. Can't find the zone. A big plate appearance right there from Pressgrave to get on base to lead things off.
Yeah, close pitch. Really close. Fans on the Lynchburg side thought that Dorsis had it, but the umpire says nay, and a runner on first.
He's got a better view than anybody else. I trust
absolutely.
him. Dorsis deals right down center street. Strike 1.
A lot of velocity on that rise ball. That's really her specialty. I mean, if you compare it to baseball, I mean, she's probably throwing about mid-90s.
Yeah, that is a big thing, obviously, with softball. It circles a heck of a lot closer. So a pitch that's 60 miles an hour is comparable to going 85 in baseball. You got these ladies can throw some heat, especially Dorsis. Really returns as one of Lynchburg's aces. The only reason you don't give her that sole title is because of what Charlton is able to do as well. And a great problem for Simmons and company to have when you've got a 1A and a 1B.
Oh, absolutely, and obviously knowing that Charlton being a grad student in one of those COVID years, and you've got Dorsis, who's a senior, you know you're going to lose both of them after this season, along with Logan Curtis also. So figuring out your pitching situation and bringing in Kate Charlton and knowing how solid she was at Greensboro, that's a huge transfer move for Dawn Simmons, reeling her in and possibly being the ace for this pitching staff after this year.
Bunt is showed, pulled back, taken for strike 2. Yeah, Dorsis, 2024 first-team all-conference selection, also tabbed to the second-team all-state. Through 137 innings in 2024 as the freshman Goldman fades away from the high fastball. Dorsis last year with a record of 16-6 in her 25 appearances and 21 starts. A team best 1.46 ERA. And you see why right there. A beauty of a strikeout, inducing the swing, her second K of the afternoon.
We see Dorsis so far is loving up in the zone, getting hitters to chase. I mean, a high fastball is one of the toughest pitches to hit, especially with the velocity that she's throwing the ball into the plate. It gets hitters' barrels underneath the ball, forcing pop-ups and swings and misses. And then we see on that last pitch of that strikeout, going right down low towards the outside corner.
0-1 for the grad student upstairs. Ball one evens up the count. Daniker, originally from Lincoln City, Oregon. The sole player on this Eagles squad that's from the West Coast. A whole lot of Maryland and Virginia representation in this roster, along with a little bit of Pennsylvania, New Jersey blood in the mix. And Oregon. Ever been to Oregon?
Can't say I have been to Oregon. I think I might have some family members that have been there, but I mean that's an interesting one. That's one that I haven't heard.
Oregon? You
well,
haven't heard of it?
No, I've heard of Oregon. I'm saying from the games that I've been a part of.
Yeah.
I've never really seen Oregon on the roster sheet.
2-2. Dorsis unloads. Popped up in foul territory. It'll go into the back netting, and we'll stay stuck at an even count. Yeah, I hear it's great out there, though.
It's probably cold.
Home of the Ducks.
Or the Trailblazers.
I guess. I think Oregon, I think
you got to think of Division I football. Oregon, Big Ten, #1 ranked.
That's Big Ten football. That's the day and age we live in. Luckily, no conference realignment here in the ODAC.
Yeah, Big Ten, more like the Big 18.
What is wild is when you look at the landscape at all across all three divisions of the NCAA, you've got a little bit of representation in Division III that's similar to those conferences all over the place at D1 with conferences like the Coast to Coast, which has got, California and Maryland and Virginia and you name it. I mean, it's really all over the place. A big reason why they go into two separate divisions, East and West, but still, I mean, uncommon.
Well, when you look at the ODAC, there are some new teams.
Payoff pitch down low. And runners will go station to station.
Again, looking at the ODAC, Averett, a couple years ago, were not actually a part of the conference. And going back to my freshman year, there was a school by the name of Emory and Henry who were very, very good at softball. They actually moved up to D1.
Yeah.
And with them moving out of the conference, Averett found their way right into the mix of one of the better conferences in the country.
And if we're staying in the ODAC, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe Ferrum is about to move up a level as well to Division II.
I actually didn't even know that. That's new information for me.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Can't find the zone, ties up the count at 1-1. Runners on first and second with one down. Sent into the back net. Coming into this year, Mary Washington was tabbed at third in the Coast to Coast preseason poll. The Eagles, obviously, right in the mix in that conference. Certainly a contender. Had their season ended last year at the hands of the first seed in the conference tournament to Salisbury. A very, very talented squad.
Yeah, Salisbury really always going to be in your top three in the nation with how good that squad is. We know this Lynchburg team prides themselves on taking Salisbury to the limit. As we know, Lynchburg has taken a couple games from them in the past couple years.
2-2. The right-hander kicks and fires. Got him looking. A backwards K for Dorsis.
Beautiful pitch, beautiful pitch onto the corner. And a backwards K. And 2 outs in this inning. Kaylee Dorses, one more out, and she'll get out of this small rut with runners on first and second.
First pitch finds the zone. Dorses so great at getting up in the count early. Really gives her a lot to work with as she continues to throw to these batters. Chop down the right side. Nearly went into Bridget Ward in the on-deck circle.
Well, getting up into the count is so crucial if you're a pitcher because it changes the mindset. The counts of 0-1 and 0-2 are just completely different than 1-0 and 2-0. And it allows you to relax a little bit more and do whatever you want on this 0-2 pitch.
As we go back and talk a little bit about the coast-to-coast conference, one thing that is so fascinating is how all these teams have to really beef up their non-conference schedule, just strictly based off how many teams are playing.
Well, yeah, we're only playing 3 teams in your conference. That's why you play good teams like Lynchburg and other teams in the ODAC. Like you said, beefing up non-conference, it just shows you how important the beginning of seasons are for teams like Mary Washington and Salisbury and other teams in that conference.
Slow roller down the right side. An easy pickup and tag on the bag for Barnes. That will end the top of the second inning. 2 runners on, both via walks, but 2 strikeouts as well added for Dorses. We'll step aside momentarily. Home half of the second inning coming up on LHSN. Bottom of the second inning here on Moonfield. It's the Hornets out in front of the Mary Washington Eagles 4-0. Georgia Thompson will lead things off for Lynchburg here in the bottom of the second as they'll go 9-1-2. Lexi Powell on deck, Kaylee Hackett in the hole. Thompson waves by the first pitch from Foss. Foss, one of 12 newcomers this season for the Eagles, the sole transfer coming out of Bridgewater, going eagle to eagle, if you will. 11 freshmen as well, as we touched on in the first game of today's doubleheader.
Well, Georgia Thompson had a great first game, going 2 for 2 with 1 run and 1 walk. Found herself on base every single at-bat. And that's your ideal and perfect second leadoff hitter. Like I said earlier, that 9 spot is typically your second leadoff.
Well, she had, as you mentioned, a really phenomenal outing in Game 1 today. 2 for 2 with a walk in the mix as well. First plate appearance here in Game 2 of today's doubleheader. Foss with 1 strikeout, 1 walk. Or pardon me, 2 strikeouts, 1 walk, and 4 hits allowed.
Hornets going to try and tack on some more runs and continue this domination at the plate that they've had so far today against the Eagles. And it starts with Georgia Thompson.
Thompson waved by, got him swinging, strike 3. Back-to-back strikeout swinging for the Hornets. We move back to the top of the order. You know, we've been talking a little about walk-ups today. I got to ask you, what's your walk-up?
I actually had 4 different walk-ups every single year.
No. Not when you come into the press box, what are they playing for?
When I come into the press box.
When you put on the headset.
Ooh, I'm a big fan of John Travolta.
I know that name, but I can't attach a song. Can you give me a...
I'm trying to remember what the song name is. I really should know this because it was my walk-up song last year. Staying Alive. You know what I'm saying? He didn't sing the song, but he's in
By
the movie.
Bee Gees.
Yeah.
I know the Bee Gees.
Yeah, it's a great walk-up song.
0-1. Hit hard into foul territory.
Well, you asked me what mine is. I gotta throw a reverse card at you.
Yeah.
What would your walk-up song be?
You know, probably Gasolina.
You got to give us a little explanation for that.
Daddy Yankee, the guy that sings it. I don't know. I just feel like it fits.
Fits the big body Bugatti.
Exactly. 0-2 from Voss. The right-hander deals. Powell sends it foul.
Seen a lot more aggression from Sierra Foss on the mound in that circle, going right at hitters. Found each of the first 2 in 0-2 counts.
Right now going after Powell, who tallied a base hit in her first plate appearance last inning. Voss lets the 0-2 fly, head high for ball 1.
Lexi Powell, we talked about her during the first game. She's really that spark plug in this lineup, and that's why she's a perfect leadoff hitter. She brings the energy, she brings the talent and everything for this Lynchburg offense.
1-2, crank down the left side. Steele has a beat on it. And the coast-to-coast all-conference selection brings it in for out number 2.
And what I love seeing from every single batter in this lineup is every time that they get out, or every time they're pinch hit for or pinch run for, they go up to the next batter and they tell them pretty much what happened in their at-bat and what to look for and help them out. And I love seeing that from this Lynchburg lineup.
Well, that takes us 5th year to 5th year as we move from Powell to Hackett. Now takes the first pitch right down the heart of the zone for strike 1. Hackett, a 2023 all-conference selection for Lynchburg. The last 3 seasons she's had for the Hornets, she's hit over 300. The best was that 2 years ago, hitting 343. I mean, that's pretty impressive.
Yeah, she's definitely been crucial for the Lynchburg lineup every year that she's been here.
Someone that came into the Berg with a whole lot of accolades as a first-team all-region player in high school for Appomattox. Popped up down the right side in foul territory. It will go into the bleachers in a souvenir for a fan. I think you might be trying to figure out where to throw it back.
I remember back in my day when I would watch my big brother, every foul ball that we got, we'd throw the ball in, get a piece of gum. Wonder if they do that here.
Yeah, no concessions, unfortunately. I don't know who's handing out bubble gum, but I wouldn't trust them. 1-2, 2 away for Hackett, nobody on. This one punched out to right center field, going back at the track. Hackett now rounding first, now rounding second. The 4th triple of the afternoon. The 2nd of today's doubleheader.
Well, the speed and power shown off by Kaylee Hackett. Again, hit that one into right center field, and as soon as she was rounding first, she takes a look at Dawn Simmons, and Coach Simmons waving her around to third, and an easy stand-up triple for Hackett.
I mean, Hackett could have done her taxes while she was walking over to third. I mean, she was there with plenty of time. It is tax season. You got to be mindful. Are you a H&R Block TurboTax kind of guy?
I don't even know what that means,
I've
Joe.
never done it before. It's
Nah,
my first year.
yeah, I can't imagine how that's feeling for you. I still got about a year left before I got to worry about that.
If we have any tax professionals on the broadcast, we do have a chat available. We'd love any kind of advice.
Yeah, that would be
I-9s,
that'd be helpful.
W4s.
It'd be helpful for Joe for his taxes.
Yeah, I need it. I need it, man. I don't know what I'm doing.
I don't think anybody does, do they?
Well, Kaylee Hackett certainly does. 2 for 2 in the afternoon. A base knock in the first, a triple here on the second. She resides on third right now with Sarah Watts digging in from the left side. Watts has had some friendly counts to start off today. Feels like every time she's at the dish, she's got a 3-0 count.
Well, everybody knows the amount of talent that she brings to the plate. Joe wants a swing here. We'll see what she gets 3-0.
Wow. Taking on the upper portion of the zone for the first strike. Count moves to 3-1.
And again, when you know how much talent's at the dish right now, it's hard to pitch to her. You got to know what she swings at successfully and what she doesn't swing at successfully.
Well, that one's a hard hit ball over to Goulman, making it look easy. A nice grab and toss over to Spillman at first, and a 6-3 ground out will conclude the bottom of the second inning. One hit for the Hornets on a triple from Hackett, but they can't do anything with it. A good outing from Foss in this circle. We'll step aside momentarily. Top of the third coming up here on LHSN. Top of the third inning here on Game 2 of today's doubleheader. The Hornets out in front by 4 runs, all that came in the bottom of the first inning. Dorsis winds and fires the first pitch at the top of the inning inside. No hits so far here through 6 outs for the Eagles. Dorsis finds the zone for the first strike of the count against Bridget Ward. Ward making her first plate appearance of the afternoon. Punches it foul down the right side. Ward is senior out of Williamstown, Virginia.
We're seeing some sun come out here, Joe.
Yes,
Ask and you shall receive.
Ward, hard hit ball out to center field. Dunks in for a base knock.
Beautiful bloop single right over the glove of Sarah Watts, the second baseman. First hit of the ball game for the Eagles. Maybe a little bit of a momentum shifter. You're going to have to string some hits together if you're Mary Washington, though.
We saw Ward in both games against Sweetbriar. Had 2 at-bats in each. Got a walk in that first game as Powell shoots it down the first base line after the bunt. A fielder's choice on the sac bunt. Laid down by Hannah Steele.
Now batting for the Eagles.
That's a good play, good decision from the coaching staff of Mary Washington. And we talk about momentum shifters. And now with a runner in scoring position, only 1 out and a possible single away from cutting the lead down.
Well, it is Ward over on second, who, as I mentioned, had a walk in that first game against Sweetbriar, which ultimately turned into a run, and also tallied 2 hits for 2 ribbies and 2 runs in that second game against Sweetbriar. Now looking to add to her total this season in scoring position. And it looks like we've got a pinch hitter in Abby Fielder, the junior out of Hollywood, Maryland.
Hollywood, Maryland. You kind of caught me out. I thought you were going to say Hollywood, California for a second.
I think everybody thinks that. It's like the Paris, Texas.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Hollywood, Maryland. I'll have to look that up.
Well, she's in the Hollywood of the ODAC here today. Bunt down the first base line once again. A tag applied by the first baseman in Barnes. And Ward advances over to third. Nevertheless, 2 away.
Well, if you're the Eagles, you're definitely going to like moving the runner over to third. But if you're the Hornets, it's not the worst case scenario, as yes, that runner is on third, but there's 2 outs. So it forces the hitter to either have the defense make an error or get a single here.
First pitch paints the outside edge. A beautiful ball from Dorsis to open up the count with a strike. Harry Washington just trying to chip away at this Lynchburg lead after they jumped on him in the first frame. Same location, different result. Just an inch outside for ball 1. Inside, but finds the zone. You might start to wonder that Fielder might be crowding the plate just a little bit. Obviously, our view a little bit obstructed from our home plate umpire. Nevertheless, good pitch from Dorsis. Now tries to go high and away. Can't locate it. Deuce is wild. Angel on third. 2-2. Can't find the zone. Oh, no, pardon me. Angel in the batter's box. Ward resides on third. Payoff pitch from Dorsis. A chopper down the third baseline, bobbled by Hackett, sticks with it, and shoots it out of a cannon over to first. Well, when you talk about making an adjustment from outfield to infield, you know she's got an arm and an absolute laser to recover the bobbled ball. We'll keep it here between the innings, or between the top of the bottom. Big takeaways thus far, Ski?
Lynchburg came out of the gate firing a little bit, kind of just starting where they left off of game 1, and the hitting hasn't slowed down at all. 5 hits in just 2 innings for the Hornets. And going into this bottom of the 3rd inning, you got to hope that if you're Mary Washington, you can slow down this offense and possibly put some of your own runs up going into a top half of an inning.
Thaw stays in his circle here for the Eagles. Taliumtua will lead things off for Lynchburg as they'll go 4, 5, 6 in their order with Barnes on deck and Terrell in the hole. Taliumtua, a base knock that brought 2 runs home back in the first inning. First pitch swinging just underneath it to tip it into the back net.
Well, we talked about it in our first at-bat, the aggressiveness that Taliumtua has in every single plate appearance. You'll love to see it if you're a coaching staff. But she does also have a bit of patience to go deep into counts.
Downstairs, ball one. We talked a little bit about the Mary Washington non-conference. They start their year with essentially all ODAC opponents, a doubleheader against Sweetbriar, then Lynchburg here today, then Virginia Wesleyan on Saturday as the chopper rolls over to the second baseman Pressgrave, and it's a 4-3 ground out to kick things off here in the bottom of the frame.
Well, a matchup against Virginia Wesleyan is never going to be easy.
Yeah.
Was always a top 10 team in the nation.
And then they turn around right away and go play Roanoke.
Go play another top 10 team in the nation.
After that, they'll have the Raleigh tournament down in North Carolina. They'll play New York University, O'Barian College, Denison, another ODAC opponent in Averett, Methodist, another set of ODAC opponents with Randolph-Macon and Bridgewater. And they're certainly getting familiar with ODAC schools. They might play every single ODAC team.
Well, when you're not too far away from all of them, it definitely is a positive to be playing all those great teams. I mean, you're always gonna get tough matchups against the ODAC teams in softball, and it really does help them when it comes to playoff time, playing all these great teams, because you know when it gets to the playoff time, you're playing even harder teams in Salisbury. Obviously, Salisbury a top team every single year that give troubles to any staff or roster in the country.
All the games this season for Mary Washington are either in North Carolina, the Commonwealth State, Washington, D.C., and then one game in Pennsylvania. Well, they'll go up and play at Messiah University, a game that was originally scheduled to be played in last Saturday, the 22nd of February. I'm getting my dates twisted. Nevertheless,
I'm
that
not
game
good with
pushed
that
back
stuff.
to late March. And a walk for Madison Barnes through 5 pitches. Meanwhile, this is a Lynchburg team that's really going to play all over, and a very, very challenging non-conference schedule this year for Lynchburg with a host of top 25 opponents from the preseason poll. And we'll really get that started with Mumskin, not this Saturday, but the following Saturday on March 8th. And at the same tournament, or pardon me, that'll be at the William Peace Triangle Classic in the same neck of the woods at Raleigh. And then they play Salisbury later in the season. And obviously you've got a top 10 team in Virginia Wesleyan, as we were talking about just a few moments ago. Christopher Newport as well will come into Moonfield this year. And that should be a really fun matchup. Whenever the captains come to town, it's always a good show.
I think I'll definitely be highlighting that Salisbury game on my calendar. Typically, the last couple of years, this Lynchburg squad.
Hard hit ball right up the gut. Can't be handled by Gulman. Had the potential to be turned into a double play. That one might go down as an E6.
Yeah, definitely a tough play right up the middle. Going through past the pitcher. Had the ability to step on second for one and possibly get a second out at first. Maybe just got a little bit of ahead of herself. Going back to that Salisbury, typically this softball team in the last couple of years have gone up north into Maryland to play them. And now they're hosting Salisbury in a couple weeks.
Popped up out to center field. Ward has a beat on it and tucks it away for the second out of the inning. And if you're just an overall Lynchburg fan, Salisbury is coming to town this weekend. A top 20 matchup for the men's lacrosse team. Currently 17th in the national poll. Salisbury checking in at second in the media poll, third in the coaches poll. That will certainly be a big spectacle, a big day overall for Lynchburg athletics this weekend on Saturday. Baseball has their home opener, a doubleheader against York. As I mentioned, men's lacrosse with a big-time game. Men's basketball as well will play on the road in Salem at the Salem Civic Center as they have advanced to the ODAC semifinal after picking up their first top 10 win in program history over the 7th-ranked Hampton-Sydney Tigers. And the 7-seed Hornets are looking to pull together a little Cinderella story.
It's always a possibility. You can't count out anybody in this conference.
No, sir. Regardless of the sport, very competitive across the board. And back here on Sunday as Greensboro comes to town, another baseball game as well between York and the Hornets as they wrap up their weekend series. Anything else I'm missing?
I think you
Equestrian?
got everything. Not too sure.
Tennis?
I'll have to go check out our schedule. But a fun, jam-packed weekend.
Big track meet, as the rest of the press box lets me know. We got a pair of track studs in here today, running stats and helping out with the broadcast. I think we might have a, what is it, like a top 10 track athlete and top 5? I'm talking about you, Michael Ham. Michael Ham, one of the top runners in the country across Division III, number 1 in my heart. 2-2 pitch runs outside as the count goes full. Runners on first and second with 2 away. Lynchburg with just 1 hit since the first inning where they really lit things up.
Full count with 2 outs. Runners are going to be moving here on the pitch.
No doubt. The right-hander kicks and fires. Voss way too high, lost control, and now the bags are juiced. Second walk this half inning. Georgia Thompson getting some words of encouragement from Simmons down the third base line. Last time we saw Simmons be in the ear of a player on field, worked out pretty well. Dr. Charlton, after she allowed 2 base knocks and 3 batters, then turned around and sparked a double play all on her own.
Right on the next pitch, too.
I thought she was about to send that one out of the ballpark.
That would have been epic.
Sent foul for the first strike of the count. 0-1 here for the sophomore in Georgia Thompson.
Man, if she had sent that one over, Don might have had to talk to everybody.
Pardon me, the junior in Thompson. 0-1. Voss right down the pipe. Popped up deep center field. Ward underneath and squeezes it for out number 3. 2 walks, 1 error for Lynchburg. Gets the bases loaded, but 3 ducks left in the pond. And Lynchburg puts up a goose egg in the bottom of the 3rd. We move to the top of the 4th inning here on LHSN. And we welcome you back into the ballpark here at Aubrey R. Moon Jr. Field. The Lynchburg Hornets out in front of the Mary Washington Eagles 4-0. Shelby Pressgrave, the second baseman, will lead things off, batting 4th in the order as they'll go 4, 5, 6 with Carries Goldman on deck and Haley Daniker in the hole. Shelby Pressgrave got on base in her last plate appearance. It was a walk back in the second inning to lead things off. Dorsis with some heat downstairs, ball one.
Mary Washington have been doing a good job so far on the defensive end, snuffing out any Lynchburg possibility of runs.
Yeah, aside from the first inning where it was run after run after run, back-to-back base knocks to lead things off, put Lynchburg in a really good spot. Then Sarah Watts was walked. Taliumptua then drove 2 of those runs home. Zoe Elliott then tallied a triple to clear the bases, and that's where we sit currently. Scoreless since then. And a 2-2 count. Dorsis, the right-hander, deals. Just a tick outside. The count runs full.
Full count here. Don't want to put the leadoff batter on to start an inning. Wonder what Dorsis is going to go with here.
Popped up down the left side into the bleachers.
And the struggle with the location of Moonfield is foul balls, if they're hit back, they can go into the roundabout just right next to the field.
3-2, swung on, punched out to left field. Taliumptua coming on and making the grab.
Great swing. Nice opposite field hit on that outside pitch. Just hit it a little too close to number 17, Taliumptua.
That'll bring up the freshman in Goldman. Had 1 hit last game, which was her first of her collegiate career. The first of many for Carries Goldman. 1-0. Simmers inside for ball 2.
Just a little high there. Good call by the umpire.
Dorsis deals. Tipped foul.
Really?
And one thing that I do think is so fascinating is Powell behind home plate. I don't know how many players I've seen during my broadcasting career where it's been a player that plays in the outfield as a Golden Glove Award winner and then isn't afraid to get dirty behind the dish.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason why she was the best defensive player, or one of the best defensive players last year in the entire nation.
Yeah.
She's showing off this week, this weekend and today, as she did the exact same thing against William Peace.
2-2, Dorsis. Got him looking, strike 3. Dorsis with her 4th strikeout of the afternoon here in the 4th inning.
That's a beautiful pitch, a beautiful spot, and with the Mary Washington hitters crowding the plate a little bit, can't be afraid to go into that inside pitch.
I'll tell you, Ski, I'm getting really good at drawing K's in my scorebook. I've had a lot of practice over the last week.
Both pitchers, well, all 3 pitchers, we've had 3 pitchers in the last week. They've done a fantastic job.
Charlton with 8 strikeouts so far this season, 4 in each game. Dorsis with 12 on the year, with 8 in that first game, 4 here today. And still looking for more. 1-1 on the way. A beauty right down the pipe, strike 2.
You also got to remember, Charlton's game did get cut off early with that run rule, so you can only imagine if she would have gotten more strikeouts in the previous game of the day.
That happened to her both times. Same deal with Dorsis. Dribbler down the right side goes foul. Or no, pardon me, in that first game, Brown actually checked in for Charlton. But today, you are correct, run rule fashion. 2 run rule 8-0 victories for Lynchburg so far this season. A 4-0 victory that went the distance in the second game of the doubleheader. And there you go. Keep adding to that tally. Back-to-back backwards Ks for Dorsis. She's up to 5 on the afternoon. The Eagles still scoreless through 4 frames. We head to the home half of the inning here on LHSN. And we welcome you back into the broadcast booth. Joe Brennan alongside Ethan Maratsky. Dorsis just retired this side in order with 2 strikeouts. Lynchburg back up at the dish. Lexi Powell to lead things off as she tries to kickstart the offense with a bunt. Lexi Powell 1 for 2 here in game 2 today. And a base knock in the first. Flew out to left field in the second. Foss kicks and fires. This one's hit high and long into foul territory and out of the ballpark for strike number 2. We are getting a little bit of wind here today. A lot of these balls are carrying over to the left side of the field.
With Lexi Powell down 0-2 in the count. Going to see some protective swings here. Maybe a little less of a load here with her hands. Making herself a little more quicker towards the ball on that swing. Don't want to be too late on anything.
Great call by you. 0-2 outside for ball 1.
One thing that I do love that it's a little different, you don't see it really ever in baseball, is you see a little bit of a split grip from Powell and a couple other hitters. If you look closely, you can see her hands are a little split up onto that bat.
1-2 upstairs. 2-2.
I'll have to get some more insider information and let you know why that happens.
I think it's just probably a comfort thing. I mean, it's similar to a jump shot in basketball where, everybody kind of finds their own groove and what works well. It certainly worked for this year. But you're right on the money. 2-2. Oh, right into the first base coach. He's giving Powell an earful.
A great relationship between the coaching staff and the players all around, especially with Powell.
I believe that's Mike Jennings down there on the first base side. Just took a ball to the calf. Great way to see if he's going to play through this.
It was a good defensive swing from Lexi, noticing the off-speed and sitting back on it.
2-2. Sent out to center field. Ward going back. Can't make the play. Powell rounding first, headed for second. A devious double right there from Lexi Powell.
Well, there it is again. We saw it in the previous pitch. Hitting that to the right side on that off-speed, sitting back and waiting on it. And she did the exact same thing. Waited on a perfect amount to beat the glove of the center fielder for Mary Washington and putting herself in scoring position to lead off the inning.
A leadoff double for the Hornets. Now Kaylee Hackett, who's been excellent here today, especially in Game 2, a perfect 2 of 2 with a single, a triple, and a steal to go along with it as well here in Game 2. Hackett popped up into the infield. First baseman Spillman tracks it in for out number 1.
You've seen Coach Don Simmons move around the lineup a couple times in the first 4 games so far. She's never gone with the exact same lineup. And that's the ability that you have with the talent on this roster, being able to move players into certain spots and see who thrives in what positions.
Watts settles on the first pitch. Taken down low for ball 1. One-0 pitch. Outside, ball 2.
Sarah Watts having a fantastic day. Gonna see if she can drive in Lexi Powell from second base.
2-0 on the way. Watts splits the difference out in right center field. It's out of here. That ball just carried all the way out of the ballpark. The first home run of the season here on Moonfield.
Absolute beautiful swing to the opposite field. Like you said, it just carried. As you can see right there, pandemonium right in front of the dugout. Everybody's getting hyped for Watts' first home run of the season.
A 2-run jack from the hard-hitting Sarah Watts. And there's the first long bomb of the season for the Lynchburg Hornets. We've been talking about power all day long. And there you get a great example of it. I mean, truly, I thought that ball was going to come down on the track.
Yeah, it looked like it was going to hit the fence. The wind just kept carrying it. We talked a little bit a couple minutes ago about how the wind's starting to pick up.
And also, it's a combination of wind and power. I mean,
yeah, absolutely.
The way we've just been seeing the balls drop today, that one did not act like anything else we've seen. Watts did have a close call earlier on in this contest where she hit the top of the A in the outfield on that Aubrey Moon signage. That was good for a triple. 1-1, 1 away. 2 runs have come home here in the bottom of the 4th. Taliumptua trying to add to that total. Fouls it off down the left side for the second strike.
You know, obviously you love hitting home runs if you're Sarah Watts, but it's almost more important being the hitter after who hit the home run because you got to restart that rally and start the inning back off.
Or you just hit another.
Could go back-to-back here.
1-2. Popped up. Out to left field. Steele and Goldman both in the area, but it's the shortstop Goldman that records the out. That will take us to Madison Barnes. 0 for 1 here in Game 2. Struck out looking back into first, but reached base into third with a walk. Beautiful curve. 12-6 right into the heart of the zone for strike 1.
Really nice job floating that in there, changing up the speed of the hitter in Madison Barnes.
Barnes' second team all-conference selection a season ago. Appeared in all 39 games, started in 38 of them. Had a .333 batting average with 34 hits. Also tallied the second most doubles on the team with 12. One popped up in foul territory into the infield, and the first baseman, Spillman, puts it away for out number 3. 2 runs come across in the bottom of the 4th inning. Hornets out in front by 6. Mary Washington will try and cut into that deficit here in the top of the 5th. Top of the 5th inning here on Moon Field. A change in the circle for the Hornets. It'll be Logan Curtis checking in. Also a new player behind the dish, Alex DiNardo, checks in at catcher. Any other subs I'm not aware of?
Not that I can see. I think the rest of the diamond is going to stay the same.
I think I covered all the bases.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you. I'm here all week.
You are here all week.
0-1 for Curtis. Musso keeps the bat head high for ball 1. Curtis in her senior season with Lynchburg, as the 1-1 simmers inside for ball 2. Tallied a 2.47 ERA with just under 40 innings of work a season ago. With a record of 3-4 through her 12 appearances and 8 starts. 2-1 kicks in the dirt. And Musso will gingerly trot on over to first.
The pitch got away from Curtis. Hitting what looked like the ankle of Musso as she's walking it off past first base. We saw this weekend when Logan Curtis came in, she struggled to find the strike zone at first. So we'll see what adjustments she's made or can make in this game.
Just 4 batters faced in that first game. She allowed 2 hits. Nevertheless, was able to escape unscathed without allowing a run to come across. She's someone that had a big leap from her sophomore to junior season. I mean, her freshman year had an ERA of 6.14. Her sophomore year, 10.50. Then last year, all the way down to, as I said, 2.47. This pitch gets away from DiNardo behind home plate. You mentioned there certainly have been a few moments of uncontrol by Curtis. And you see one right there.
Well, all we can do is hope with more appearances under Curtis's belt as she pitches more this season that she can calm down and settle into this pitching staff.
Without a doubt, I think early on in this season there's definitely some beginning of the year jitters along with just naturally shaking the rust off. Does so right there.
little bit of high cheese on that one.
Any type in general?
Whatever type you like, Joe.
That's some pepper jack. Had a little bit of
Yeah,
spice
there you
to
go.
it. 1-2 for Curtis. Right-hander kicks and fires. Shot out to right field. Elliott tracking it down and reels it in foul territory. Long throw over to third, just barely off the mark. Zoe Elliott looked like Bo Jackson for a moment there with that arm. Nevertheless, Musso tags up, advances to third.
Number 23.
Now that sacrifice certainly more into play here to cut into the deficit. If you can get one to the outfield, try and bring Musso home. It'll be Spillman at the dish. Or no, pardon me, Ward. Ward 1 for 1 on the afternoon. Had a base knock back in the third inning. That was the only base knock here in the second game today. 0-1. Tipped foul. Now you're starting to see her kind of find her groove in this circle. Curtis getting up in the count.
Yeah, after that first at-bat, she's looked much better, finding the zone, putting some zip on it. Found herself in a really nice count.
0-2. Right center field, Elliott right there to clean it up. And Musso thought that ball was going to drop halfway down the base path when Elliott brought it in. She had to retreat back to third.
That's a tough read right in the middle of the center fielder, Addison Walter, and the right fielder, Zoe Elliott. It's a tough read. I'm okay with going about halfway because you don't want to get doubled up and force the end of an inning, especially when you're on third base. You know, the unwritten rule in baseball is that you never want to make the third out at third base. And so I'm okay with that read.
So far, we have 2 unwritten rules of baseball from today's broadcast. If there's any more, let me know.
I'll let you know.
What a throw by DiNardo. 2-0 here for Curtis. DiNardo, as you mentioned, an active member in our broadcast operation. Did that one get a nub of the bat?
Looked like I thought it
think
got
it
the
did.
forearm, but I think it got the knob.
Wow. First strike of the count. DiNardo, a big player in our game in the broadcast operations side, also on the athletic communications side, writing articles for the website. Really a 5-tool player for LHSN,
Yes,
if you will.
does a great job on and off the field.
2-2. Finds the outer edge. Deuce is wild. Runner on third. Here for Bridget Ward. Tipped into the back net. We stay stuck at an even count.
And it would be huge for Logan Curtis if she can get out of this inning after giving up a runner immediately.
2-2, shot foul down the left side. Mary Washington threatening to bring home the first run against Lynchburg this season through 3 games. Musso eager to come across home plate. Ward trying to make it happen. Once again, tipped in the back net, a quality at bat.
It's an absolute dogfight at the plate. Staying at 2-2 for the last couple pitches. Going to try and end the inning for Logan Curtis.
Waved by Curtis, got him swinging, and that will end the top of the 5th inning. Another scoreless frame for the Eagles. Lynchburg back at home plate. We come back. And we welcome you back into the ball game. Joe Brennan alongside Ethan Morotsky.
Up to the plate for the Hornets, number 22,
Lynchburg
Brianna
out in
Thorne.
front by 6 runs, 4 of which came in the first 2 that came in the previous inning. Orange steps in as a pinch hitter here for the Hornets. As the off-speed goes right through the heart of the zone for a first pitch strike.
We saw Orange pinch hit in the first game. She's going to try and replicate the success that she had.
Popped up into the infield. Angel underneath for out number 1.
Ever since that first inning, obviously you had the 2-run inning in the bottom of the 4th for the Hornets.
Now hitting
But we've
for
seen
Lynchburg,
them
number 12,
slowly
Zoe
start to
Elliott.
drop their barrels a little bit, pop a couple more balls up. So we're going to see how they can adjust in this 5th inning. Try and stack on some more hits.
Zoe Elliott keeps the bat on her shoulder for a first pitch ball. It has been a strong performance from Foss in the circle, but this Lynchburg batting order has really come alive, especially with extra base hits. 2 triples and a home run for Lynchburg here in Game 2. A home run via Sarah Watts that brought 2 runs across. Kaylee Hackett with a triple in the second, and Zoe Elliott had that first triple back in the first inning that brought 2 runs in. 2-0. Foss kicks and fires. Sent foul on the right side for the first strike of the count.
Foss been doing a fantastic job mixing up her pitches and mixing up the velocity. Keeping these hitters on their front foot. Keeping them out in front. And then when they're out in front, bringing it back with the heater.
2-1, 1 away. Strike 2. Nice pitch there from Foss.
You see kind of the opposite there. Speeding up Zoe Elliott with her rise ball. And then coming back with an off speed.
That run rule close to being in effect. 2 away from it for the Hornets. Trying to get out of here early. Elliott pounds one foul down the left side. 2-2. Very impressive opening 3.5 games from Lynchburg here on Moon Field. Got one more doubleheader here at home to wrap up their home stretch to begin the 2025 campaign. Greensboro awaits on Sunday. Beautiful pitch, but couldn't locate the zone. Count runs full.
Maybe a little too high there. It'll be full for Zoe Elliott with 1 out. Chance to start the inning off.
Zoe Elliott hit .250 a year ago. And that on-base percentage will climb this season. A good afternoon from Elliott. He's got on base 2 out of 3 plate appearances here in game number 2.
Addison Walter.
That brings up Walter, who's 0 for 1 on the day with a strikeout in the first inning and a walk in her second plate appearance back in the third. And the run rule batter, the run rule run, steps in from the left side.
We'll call it the winning run.
The winning run. Thank you. See, that's why you're here.
Little Uno reverse card there from earlier.
Check throw back to first, not in time. Elliott able to scamper back safely. 1-0 here for Addison Walter, the 5th year out of Mechanicsville, Virginia, just right outside Richmond. 1-0. Elliott's taken off. Slides in safely.
It's another steal from Don Simmons' offense. And just reassuring how much speed is in this ball club.
An athletically inclined group this year for Don Simmons and company. 2-0 from Voss. Popped up down the right side in foul territory. Bounces on the top of the dugout, and that one goes into the crick. Looks like a pinch hitter also on deck for Lynchburg. It'll be Callie Monahan. 2-1 from Voss. Bunt laid down. Walter sends it foul. That one went right back into home plate.
It was really close from Walter on that bunt, as it looked like it might have hit her. And it's a good thing that she stayed in the box, because if she steps out of the box and the ball hits her while she bunts it, then she would be ruled out.
Excellent point by you. 2-2, one away, runner in scoring position. Taken down low, and the count goes full.
Full count. Wouldn't be surprised to see Zoe Elliott take off and stay aggressive on the base paths.
Voss. The payoff pitch. Taken head high for ball 4. A good at-bat, or good plate appearance, rather, from Addison Walter. Her second walk of game 2.
Now batting for Lynchburg, number 15, Kaylee Monahan.
Now we get to hear her first walk-up song.
It's always interesting when a new hitter walks up. You get to hear what their walk-up song
I'm
is.
unfamiliar with this song, but I can recognize a touch of Morgan Wallen and hip-hop. I don't know who it is.
Yeah, that's the extent of my knowledge after Morgan Wallen.
That's an interesting duo. I didn't think he was very much into the rap game, but I guess he is.
Yeah, he likes to dabble.
You know who's done it a lot, and I really like, is Post Malone.
Yeah.
Whatever he's doing, I'm liking it.
Yeah, a lot of good songs coming from Post Malone. We know, obviously.
Monahan, a hard hit ball, trying to turn it into 2 off the bag. This one gets away. Walter trying to get home. Got it. Slides in safely. And an odd sequence of events. A fielder's choice of 5 unassisted, and trying to turn it into a double play. So an E5 that results in Monahan advancing to second and a run coming across.
So yeah, will be, at first would have been ruled a fielder's choice if Monahan was safe at first with a good throw, but a throw going far left of the bag will rule that one as an error.
DiNardo steps into the batter's box. First pitch inside at the knees. Not as many pinch hitters here in this second contest for Lynchburg. The first 2 back-to-back here in the 5th frame. One-0. Into the back net for strike 1.
I wonder what would have to happen, or the trajectory the ball would have to take for us to be able to catch a ball in the press box. I mean, it'd have to go pretty high, but we.
Our director, Mike Adams, getting involved in the conversation. A passionate issue for him. 1-1, Voss. Ferdinando, sky high, right to the shortstop, Goldman, who grabs it for 3 down. So DiNardo retired
That takes us to the end of the fifth
on the
inning.
shallow pop-up. That will take us to the top of the 6th inning. Lynchburg out in front by 7 runs, a commanding lead for the Hornets. And we welcome you back into the broadcast booth here at Moon Field. A couple of substitutions for both sides here late in this contest. Looks like Jessica Strickland has checked in over at the hot corner for the Hornets. Haley Hackett staying most likely done. Obviously, DiNardo checked in behind home plate last inning. And now at the dish, a pinch hitter for the Eagles, number 5, Baylor Yerrigan. That's not an easy one. The freshman out of Chesapeake, Virginia.
Well, you can see, obviously not much sun today, but it is fading, light quickly dimming, but plenty to finish off this game, and it kind of reminds you of the last year's game that Lynchburg had against Salisbury, where in the second game of that contest, they were unable to finish it with a tie game. A little bit of controversy with that game. Obviously, Lynchburg had took game 1 of that doubleheader, and we're on the verge of possibly taking the lead. We'll never know. It never concluded, but kind of reminds you of that game with light slowly fading away.
Without a doubt. 1-2, Bailey Yerrigan, the lefty, swings through for strike 3.
We see Logan Curtis definitely has found her place
Stepping up to the plate for the
in the
Eagles,
circle.
number 22,
Obviously a
Emily
rough
Angel.
first batter in the last inning, but she's doing just fine now.
Curtis, a hit by pitch, 2 flyouts, a strikeout, and make it another one right there. Emily Angel now steps in, 0 for 2 on the day. Sent down the right side foul. One count, 1 down. It's been a great day so far here on Moon Field in the latter stages right now, with 12 outs left to be played. And possibly fewer. First game ended in run rule fashion, 8-0 win for Lynchburg. Their second run rule victory this season. Mary Washington came into this contest 1-1 on the year. Hard hit ball right down the gut, and a base hit for Emily Angel.
Absolute missile right past Logan Curtis. And a great job starting the inning off with 1 out.
Now batting for the
Just the
Eagles,
second
number
hit
15,
for Mary
Shelby
Washington in this
Prescott.
contest. They had 3 in the first game. Now Shelby Pressgrave in from Mary Washington. One 0. Finds the zone to tie up the count at 1-1. Pressgrave, a part of those key group of returners, now in her junior campaign. Looking to advance the runners and cut into this deficit. Takes a strike on the outer portion of the plate for strike 2. Count moves to 1-2.
Nice pitch right there on the corner, making it a 1-2 count.
1-2. Hard hit ball right over to the glove of Georgia Thompson, and she turns it into 2. What a play made by the shortstop in Thompson. A 6-3 double play concludes the top of the 6th. Today's been all Hornets. Headed to the home half of the 6th. Bottom of the 6th inning here on Moonfield. Joe Brennan alongside Ethan Morotsky. As a pitching change here for the Eagles. Stepping into this circle, it'll be Taylor Mooney,
Stepping up to the
a
plate for the
freshman
Hornets,
pitcher
number
out
8,
of Carson,
Jessica
Virginia.
Strickland.
Jess Strickland here to bat for Lynchburg.
We'll say it again. Jessica Strickland, one of our faithful members of the LHSN crew.
Very talented photographer. I think I used a couple of her photos today, actually, on the website.
And very good softball player, too.
Yeah, had a base hit in the first game of today's contest when she checked in. 1-0 head high for ball 2. Yeah, I was warned by our very own Kyle Haney at the beginning of this year. Jess Strickland was a name I'd become quite familiar with by the end of the softball season. As she holds off on the 2-0 for strike 1. Already I could tell that Kyle's telling me the truth. Strickland and company have not disappointed for Lynchburg faithful so far this year. A great start to the 2025 campaign. And this truly looks like a team that will be well in the mix come playoff time. Obviously, a rich history of success for Dawn Simmons during her tenure with the Hornets. Strickland gets it past the infield, a diving Goldman can't get out in front of it. And Strickland, 2 for 2 today.
Yeah, really nice job by Jess poking that one past the shortstop, past the diving shortstop.
Stepping up to the plate for the Hornets, number 33,
we talk about
Layla Leetson.
Lynchburg and how they're going to be in the mix of having a fantastic season. And it definitely helps when you have just so many returners and all the experience that they have in this ball club, facing all the best teams in the nation every single year, always fighting for that championship.
And obviously, we know the historic success from Dawn Simmons as the ball gets behind Daniker, and Strickland will take second. Hannah Qualls at the helm for Mary Washington. Came to the Eagles from Huntington College, where she served as the hitting coach and assistant. Count goes to 1-1 for the pinch hitter in Layla Leetson, pardon me. 1-1. Leetson, a slapper down the left side, runs foul. Leetson in her sophomore campaign, the 5'1" second baseman out of Centerville, Virginia. Played her high school ball for Westfield. Last year appeared in 15 games and made 1 start. Once again, a slapper goes foul on the left side. She was a 3-sport athlete back in high school. Played softball along with track and field hockey.
Yeah, 3-sport athlete, I couldn't even imagine doing 2.
I can't imagine you playing 1.
1,
2.
That.
That one's very much so into the dirt. Strickland slides into third. Got behind Angel at the hot corner, but Steele's right there to back it up to prevent Strickland from getting another stolen base. She has stolen 2. Steele and Holmes always in the picture. A steal home to end this contest would be something else. Obviously, 1 run away from the run rule.
But with Leetson being a slap hitter, contact on the ground most likely going to be what will happen if the ball is put in play. And you can imagine Jess is going to be on her horse.
Payoff pitch. Leetson, a grounder over to the shortstop. And the run comes home. Jess Strickland will send us home early. As DiNardo meets Leetson at this circle for a big hug to close things out. There was 4 runs in the first from Lynchburg, then 2 in the fourth and 1 in the 5th and 6th. A fielder's choice from Leetson that brings Strickland home. Concludes today's doubleheader. 2 8-0 victories in run rule fashion for the Hornets. Through their 4 games, they've outscored their opponents 28-0. 3 games in run rule.
Fantastic job from both sides of the game. Amazing pitching from Charlton, Dorses, and Curtis. An amazing defense from everybody on this squad. And an even better hitting performance in all 4 games.
Certainly a great day for Lynchburg. Simmons and company, tough to complain with 2 run rule victories. 16 hits in that first game, 8 here in the second game. And what a start to this season it has been for Lynchburg. Meanwhile, for Mary Washington, as we know now, they fall to 1-3 on this season. On deck, they'll have a pair of ODAC opponents as they play Virginia Wesleyan, then Roanoke before heading to the Raleigh Classic. Meanwhile, for Lynchburg, on deck is Greensboro coming to town this Sunday. The Greensboro Pride this season have gotten off to a 4-4 start. Right, 500. They have played a couple of ODAC opponents as well. They beat Roanoke 13-4, but then lost to Averett 4-5, and then beat Averett in the second game of the doubleheader 4-3. Nevertheless, I mean, it should be a fun one this Sunday. Probably might be the most competitive games we've seen thus far. Ski, any big takeaways for you out of here?
Well, if you're Mary Washington, obviously 2 tough losses, both 8-0, not putting a run up on the board. You got to do a full reset. You know that you're a solid team and you're always going to face tough opponents no matter who you go up against in the Virginia area. So you really got to do a full reset if you are the Eagles. And on the other side, when you look at the Hornets, you got to keep going. Keep this momentum going. Keep this positivity, the energy. Pitching's been doing well. Fielding's been doing well. You just got to keep your confidence up, and good things are going to happen this year for this team.
Well, we appreciate you spending your Thursday afternoon with us. Hopefully your boss didn't catch you watching softball while you were at work. Nevertheless, we'll be back in action here on Moonfield for a doubleheader this Sunday. Next LHSN game will be on Saturday at 1 for lacrosse, or 11 for baseball. We'll see. Thank you so much for spending your day with us. Till next time, have a good one.